If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 15th of August 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics here at Rosehill Gardens. This place is in New South Wales and this is probably one of the top tracks in New South Wales, but it is not at par with Randwick. Now, the dimensions of this track is the straight is about 408 to 10 meters, and the ground reading today is soft. It was, now it is become good, and we've got 10 races here. There's one listed race that is also here today, and that's more or less what it is all about today. About this track generally offers anywhere about 30 to 40% on the odds. So the track is tricky. The decisions are dicey at times, but we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight those things. So the first one is a benchmark 72. We'll take the market snapshot and then we'll talk about the horses. There's a lot of scratching, 3, 4, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, all scratched. I've scratched them already. 5, 1, 6, 7. So before we get started with this, I'd like to highlight one thing, that this is building in public process. This, whatever we are doing, this is going to translate into a software shortly, I hope. And whatever we are doing, we are just testing at the back end. This is the playbook at the back end, which is going to play. So at times things go wrong. We are not a tips channel. We do not provide tips. And what we do here is we do data analytics, and so that we can provide this as a software to everybody around the world who are interested in horse racing or horse training or in syndicates or any kind of anything to do with horse racing. They can use it. But in order to do that, we need to get the results right. We need to get everything in place, and we are constantly testing. So that's what it is. So at times, this thing shows certain tendencies or potentials, but those are all in testing phase. Okay, those are all in testing phase. So please remember that decisions are always yours. We are not here to make any decision on behalf of you. You are the one who's making the decisions. The data is going to show you some kind of tendency, what might happen, what are the probabilities. But that is just the data. There are ground realities which needs to be also considered. So the odds are 5167. 5, 1, 6, and 7. Okay. Now the first thing that we've done this on Wednesday just to test everything is going right, and I will explain what happened on last Saturday, how things went wrong on the last two races. The neutrals actually won, and how those things happened. Even I was at a awe, and I was shocked how things happened. But for that, we desperately needed the tendency, and now we have the tendency. We'll see how that thing works. We always had the tendency, but because we were working with something else, we had to hide that because we could not fit that in. But now we have the tendency back. So the 5 is the favorite. Okay. Now, if we look at the tendency, there are total 9 horses, out of which everybody is on the slow pace. There's only one horse which is going to be running, as in like on the speed, right? This is speed. Anything on negative is speed, anything on positive is slow. So how the tendency helps, it helps to understand how the race is going to be run, and where the advantages and the disadvantages are. So 5 is the odd, which says it is the favorite, it is going to win, all that is there, but it is climbing the opposite direction. It is climbing the opposite direction. And there are other horses which are in a much better state. So what might happen in this kind of a situation? Is it possible for 5 to win? Mathematically, no. It cannot win. And I will stick to that point for my own sake, that it cannot win. Data says it cannot win. The right order, if we have to figure out, then we have to look at the tendency back, and that is the revised weight. It is a drop 6.5. This one is not doing well. The 2 is not doing well, that we can see. So that's where the thing is. And if we go from here, then it becomes 5, which is on a pressure. The total drop, this is I mean, this is something that I also figured out. This is we always say it is a drop. Okay, so drop is a drop, but this thing probably is a penalty. All right, when it is a negative, I mean, if it is going up in the class in the race, that probably we should call it a penalty. I did a little research, and that's what I figured out. So if we have to do the thing, then that's 6.5, 61, 61.5, 60.5, 3.5, 1.510. 8 probably is on the 4th line. So how this thing might play. That's more or less what I get to see. We'll see how that plays. Man, welcome back. Exacta is probably 1 in 6. Exacta probably 1 in 6. It'll drop. Okay. See, either this is the thing. What exactly has been happening if you've watched the Wednesday, though it was a midweek race, but the point is very simple. We have always been right on one thing, that a high pressure, low pressure, high pressure, low pressure. That is the rhythm of the game. Okay. So the 5 is extremely good. Okay. The 5 is extremely good. But what are the upsides and what are the downsides? It's a 1500 meter. The mathematically 8 has advantage over 5. 1 has advantage over 5. 8, this 8 has advantage over 5. Everybody has advantage over 5. Okay. But this one is also an 8-year-old gelding. Okay. Point is this, that this is within the odds and this is carrying a low pressure. Okay. This is carrying a low pressure. So ideally it is always like that. Now the 5 is good. The 8 that I am talking about has advantage, but definitely the form line is kind of dicey. But ideally it is 1 in 6. If the 6 gets beaten because it is an 8-year-old gelding, that's a separate issue. But mathematically, that's the fact. Gate, welcome back, my friend.
Johnson, Danish Prince. Still being adjusted. It's been going on for more than a minute. She did get an escort around to the starting gates, and there's a number of attendants in her presence. So Cinegrima being led back up on board now. She's the raging favourite at $1.75. And the runners are about to move into line. The midway, this over 1,500 metres. $1.80 is the call now with tap. Cuban Cigar at $7, as is Danish Prince. Danish Prince and Johnson in the same colours. Note that Johnson's got a white coloured cap on. So Northern Eye is about to kick off the loading process now. Northern Eye's drawn barrier 1. So $1.80 attractiveness. Drawn barrier 2. Dominant winner here a fortnight ago. Moto Scarfo moves into line. So they're moving in well. So attractiveness, an odds-on favourite. We'll see if it's rinse and repeat from the victory here a fortnight ago. Same track, pretty much the same draw, same weight. With Cinegrima's booking today, it certainly offsets the penalty for the win here a fortnight ago. Now, Channeling is the last to move in. The lightweighted Channeling.
It's the first one, Adaman. You should have waited.
For the first on Rosebud Stakes Day.
It says good 4, but it's the first one.
Been doing so for the last half an hour. Bit of a rain band from the south.
Let's see.
Now,
We have to start somewhere.
Down. So there's an issue there in the gates. Stand by for further. Cuban Cigar and Danish Prince are on the second line of betting here. There's $7 chances, and Danish Prince had just been, oh no, it's not Danish, Cuban Cigar. Cuban Cigar in similar colours has been unloaded and is being trotted up behind the gates. This horse is shooting for 3 wins in a row effectively today, and was able to come from back in the field, winning at Wyong last time. Shannon Llewellyn with a 3-kilo claim. So Cuban Cigars back into the gates. They're locked and loaded. Stand by for action. Good
Go,
form
baby.
today. Gates are back in the opener. So Rebellious missed the kick rather noticeably, and Danish Prince won the start from Northern Eyes. And the favourite Attractiveness wedged between them in third. Johnson goes straight to fourth. Then came Cuban Cigar, Moto Scarfo, Channeling, So Rebellious. And Kasuki's going to settle at the rear of the field. 1,200 to go. Danish Prince is trying to cross Northern Eyes. Attractiveness is happy to just sit back a length off them in third. Johnson's firing up a bit fourth on the rails.
That's
Cuban Cigar.
the 8-year-old, you see. What are they doing?
Being tracked along by Moto Scarfo. On the outside is So Rebellious. Up to Channeling, and Kasuki is about 7 lengths off the front runner. So Danish Prince eventually got to the front. And the odds-on favourite Attractiveness into a clear second now from Northern Eyes. Then came Cuban Cigar. Johnson 3 back the inside. A length further back to Moto Scarfo from So Rebellious, Channeling. And Kasuki is still the last one. Inside the 600, Danish Prince a narrow leader. Cinegrimer allowing the favourite to stride a bit closer now. Attractiveness, and Moto Scarfo strides up 3 wide. Then Northern Eyes, Cuban Cigar, and Channeling in the nose rollers next. Inside the 300 now. And Danish Prince is tackled by Attractiveness, Moto Scarfo, and Cuban Cigars taking a gap and starting to come with a good rally. Attractiveness, a narrow leader at the 150. Attractiveness from Cuban Cigar and Moto Scarfo. Attractiveness is digging. Cuban Cigar with a final dive.
5-1.
Attractiveness won it. Attractiveness by a half head on the line to Cuban Cigar. Moto Scarfo third, Channeling fourth. Then So Rebellious, followed further back by Northern Eye, Johnson, Kasuki, who was the last to finish. A narrow victory, but Attractiveness has gone back to back. Cinegrimer put it up.
5-1-9.
It's been a gritty victory there. Not as the margin, not as long as a fortnight ago, but getting the job done. $1.80 and 110. Cuban Cigar $1.90, and Moto Scarfo a return of $3.20. Trained by Richard and Will Friedman. 4-year-old mare by Hello Hume Zane out of Hot in High Heels. A track
16. So what happened? They raved the 6, which was not necessary. 5 and 1. Nine. And 16. So what are the few things that went wrong? Um, five one. The one did not win, though it had the thing. It's probably because of this genius. He was lying back. The 6 got raved, so that will give up 8-year-old. And the 5 then nailed it. Okay. So where is the jockey advantage in the 16? The 7 was not a chance. The 16 was the lowest, went through. 7 did not go through. 8 did not. The 16. We'll figure that out. But then that's what happened. Okay, now let me show you what went wrong on last Saturday when we were at Randwick, and this 13 won. Why? Okay, because when we put the tendency, I was not convinced enough that as a neutral it will win. Okay, but when we look at the tendency, that tendency and that drop matched. Okay, the tendency was on the 3 was higher, but the penalty was also higher. Okay, the penalty was also higher. So that is how you match the tendency, how the tendency is, and how it'll work. Okay, that is where it plays. The 10 played the same thing. The neutral actually won because of the tendency. Okay, we'll see. So the 5 and the 1, they got neck to neck and they actually went ahead. What was the other problem with 1 is that it did not have this side of the rail, which is the physics side of the thing. Three problems. 1 was definitely the jock. The second was the form line, and third was the physics was missing. We'll go to the next. Eight has been scratched. We'll check the gate numbers once. 1 is from gate number 2. 2 is from gate number 6. 3 is from gate number 4. 4 is from gate number 3. 5 is from gate number 1. 6 is from gate number 7. 7 is from gate number 5. And 8 has been scratched. 3, 1, 4, 2. I mean, how will the 3 win? Okay, the 3 is a 3. If we look at the tendency, then it is 0. So, which means that it will fall any side. Okay, it is capable of falling any side. However, if we look at the drop is 4.5, wherein it is 2, and it is the penalty is about 0.5. How will that win? I don't know. But the problem is definitely the form line. Okay, here the form line is good. So 1300 meter, what are the things that we know? Up till 1400 meters, the problem is the jockey management. Okay, from 1400 meters, it generally gets resolved. But point is this, that it gets resolved at 1400 meter, which is proven, but it is, in order to have this worked with 1100 meters, 1200 meters, 1300 meters, everything else has to go wrong. So that probably is right. So 3 is good. Okay, that is one of the thing. Now, what is 1? 1 is carrying top weight. It is the highest revised weight. If we look at the tendency, it is going to run slow. 4 is going to be again running on speed, but that's 4 steps down. This is the right odd. It should be 1, and then it is dicey where it can go, because if we look at how things are, then things can go wrong. So ideally it should be if they all are 0 and the 5 is 1, 1.5, that will not work. So -5. Even that 5 is there in the picture. Even that 5 is there in the picture. So what might happen? Two. Will it go to 4.5? Two fives. 2 1. What is the difference here? It's that plus 3 into 2 over 1 here. 1 into 7. 55, 140, 55, and 51. Those are very dicey people to believe that what they will do. They do have the opportunity, the 5, are very dicey people on what they will do. But on papers, 3 probably cannot beat 1. Problem, form line. But I'll still go with 1. And I mean, even the 5 is capable of beating 2 and 3. But what is the cost of believing 5? The cost of believing 5 is they're bleeding 53%. In the stat farm, their decisions are going to be wrong. It cannot win as a 54.5. And The other thing is like that. So those are that. And honestly speaking, even that 6 is showing numbers which are better than what is happening up there. Okay. So things can go wrong in this, but one has better chances. This one is not. I mean, this is a negative leverage, the highest drop, but along with the highest drop, it has the other advantages which is in picture. So, and it is the EW, we know what it is. So even that 6 is there in the picture. Okay. But between 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 is in a better chance. Okay. Adam, you should have waited for the first one. Is too early. But what now? Let's check what happened with the first one. Okay, so we know the 6 got raved. It is an 8-year-old gilding. She should not have raved the 6. Whoever was writing this, he should not have raved the 6. The 6 was the right odd. The 6 should have gotten there. But the problem was definitely these two geniuses are quite capable of destroying things, and they did exactly what they had to do, and the 5 went through. So we still are in mercy of these geniuses, what they are going to do at the end of the day. In that case, data means nothing. All right, if they fail because of their inability of making the right decisions, then they will give us the problem. Okay, if they are like that, then you cannot do anything. And the rest of the people will play. So how do we manage that is a question which needs to be answered. We will figure that out, but that probably is an issue. Here, what is the issue? 3 is with JMac, probably. And 1 is with Tim Clark, who's also good. Tim Clark is good. So, but the balance is like that. So that's where Tim Clark comes. But mathematically, 3 doesn't stand a chance. Even the 5 is there to talk to it. I don't know how the 6 is going to talk, but the 6 is also having advantage. 0. This is 0, 4.5, 4.5, 5.5, but negative leverage. So those are the things. Now the question comes how the jockeys will play. Obviously, this genius is going to do something funny. And he doesn't have a horse which is kind of capable of delivering today because it is a negative leverage. Mathematically, it is possible, but practicality is here. So that's where the problem on 6. This is okay, Tim Clark. Then we have another genius sitting on 5 who's capable, who is in a small room, but still better than 3. But they are like that. So that is where the... But ideally, if we if we consider the fact that the 5 is not there within the odds because of this genius, and it is also a neutral, it will not get there, then it should be 5 2. Then it is here on 4. I mean, the 3 is in trouble. You should have. Certain decisions are need to be made on the ground reality. Okay, the ground reality is this, that the numbers are right, but that is also a number which is also right. That is also a number which is also right. So those are the areas which needs to be worked on. But point is this, that why the 5 bone? The 5 won because it is a good horse, though it had a very small room. But the other areas were like that. Great race to watch, only one. Yeah, rest everything is dicey. Rest everything is dicey.
Number 11 off the press. So he returns for Todd Smart. He was very good last campaign, really consistent. 1,100 metres might be on the sharp side, but with a bit of rain around, maybe it races more like a 1,200 metre contest, which could suit him. So a couple of value plays, race 5, number 3, aisle 2, and the well-backed off the press. That's race 6, number 11.
Okay, we're about to start loading here at Rosehill. A $15 chance in the Golden Rose. Brad is Steel Will. A win today. Would you think that's a fair price or a fair target?
I'd say it's pretty skinny to this point. He'd want to make a bit of a statement here, wouldn't he, with due respect to his rivals, at least on paper. You'd want to see him come out and win by a similar margin as to the one that he won there first up.
Now it started raining. This track is... Man, every time we try to race here, this track will go upside down. Either it will rain, get flooded. It was good for, now it will go to God knows what it will go to.
Savvy Diamond about to move in, along with Thrill Hunter. Thanks, Lewis. Final stages of loading here. Still Will a short price favourite. As you can see on the screens, the rain is getting heavier.
Yes, we
Can't see
can.
the core stadium anymore. We had 7 horses from the Waller Yard gallop after the first. More news on that as the day goes on. There's the line, and the 3-year-olds are ready now. 1,300 metres. Steel Will was a big winner when resuming at Wyong, and the gates are back. They're off and racing. Your Colour has dawdled out of the gates, and Plagiarism fast into stride from Letters Patent. And the favourite Steel Will is rolling forward on the outside, clear from Savvy, Diamond, Sand by a couple off to Thrill Hunter, and a big gap to Your Colour inside the 1,000 metres. Plagiarism shows the way, and Steel Will's going to race up on the outside and set off at about a half length. Letters Patent third on the inside. Then came Savvy, Diamond from Sand by Thrill Hunter, and 3 lengths away to Your Colour. In pretty heavy rain now down the side, Plagiarism shows the way by a half on the short price favourite Steelville. Letters Patent third on the inside of Savvy Diamond. Then Sand by a half off to Thrill Hunter, and still 3 lengths to Your Colour at the tail of the field. Plagiarism, 4.50 to go. Shows the way by 3/4 to Steelville. Letters Patent will take the inside run, and Savvy Diamond to the outside. Plagiarism shows the way at the 300 metres. By a length here on Steelville, who's grinding away. Letters Patent ditto. Inside the 200, Plagiarism. Coming back to Steelville, who's starting to put in strides on the outside. Bigger strides. Steelville moved up to Plagiarism. Late Savvy Diamond. Steelville, the favourite winner by a half
371.
length. 2 Savvy Diamond. Plagiarism third. And fourth home was Your Colour. That's been a decent effort. Now, Thrill Hunter hasn't made any progress down the straight. Letters Patent box seated, ran second last, and Sam By was last in.
Behind the 3, Steel Will, back-to-back wins, defeating Savvy Diamond at 3.30 a place, and no third for Plagiarism. Brad, you read that race pretty well.
Yeah, he was a little bit too good, wasn't he, Steel Will? So only a narrow margin, but geez, it looked like hard work there, didn't it? Halfway down the straight.
3, 7,
It looked
1
a
and
real
6.
slog. So we'll see what the...
Even that 6 got there, you see. Three, 7. Okay, we'll go to the next. 3, 7, 1 and 6. Yes, bro, that is true. And every time we try to race here, it gets into that kind of a situation where it's very bad. We'll take a look at 3. 1, 6, 12, scratched. 1. Six is not there. 12. Twenty 21. 22. Now the gate numbers. 2 is from gate number 2. 3 is from gate number 19. Where is 3? Gate number 19. 4 is from gate number 3. 5 is from gate number 12. 7 is from gate number 16. 8 is from gate number 21. 9 is from gate number 22. 10 is from gate number 7. 11 is from gate number 18. Thirteen is from gate number 6. 14 is from gate number 9. 15 is from gate number 1. 16 is from gate number 11. 17 is from gate number 5. 18 is from gate number 10. 19 is from gate number 8. Okay, all good. 14, 9, 19, and 17. 14, 9, 19, and 17. 14, 9, 19, 17. Seven, 7. So there are 7 horses which are on speed, 7 horses which are on slow pace, and 2 horses which are going to be running in between. Okay. 14 is the drop. Okay. About 5, 5, driving 5. 5. This is a class 3, 1300. So let's understand what happened here. 2.5 on a 1300 worked. Came third. 7 also got this. Okay, so couple of things which are happening. Okay, uh, so there are 7 horses on pace, which is going to be running on pace, and there are 7 horses which are going to be running slow. That's the first thing. Second thing is 14 the right odd? No, it is not. Okay, but what is the advantage? The advantage is definitely the form line, and JMac is riding. Okay, so now let's understand what is the why 3 won and 1 came in second. Okay, third. So it is affecting here the form line, definitely. All right, it is affecting the form line. So in that case, that becomes dicey. If the form line is bad, then that becomes dicey. But here is the fact. If we trust form line, then form line, which is right. 9 is the linear, which is coming from gate number 22. Will that work? Technically, 9 has 9 has better numbers than 14, but 14 is from gate number 9. But when we compare 14 and 2, then the dynamics changes because the 2 probably is there in the game. Okay, that is the highest tendency. The jock is also there. Okay, so if we talk about 14, 14 is the favorite, good enough, coming from gate number 9. What are the chances? The chances are they definitely are a queen. We know that's the EW, that's the thing. This one is from gate number 22. How good that will be? I mean, mathematically it can, and it can actually beat 14. So that's the point. That's 14. Okay, now if we talk about 2, then we have to also look at the bottom line, where we also have the 5. Technically possible, but from gate number 12. Then if we look at 19 and 15, okay, so 15, if we look at 19 definitely on a 2.5, this is 0.5, they will stand at the same they stand at the same stuff. Okay, they stand at the same stuff, they have same numbers. What are the what are the changes? The changes are this, that it is coming from gate number 1, and there's this genius who's riding. So how well he understands what's going on here is a problem with 15, but that 2, that 15 are quite capable of doing what needs to be done. 19 and this one are in the same category as in, like, they're the same stuff. Okay, they're the same stuff. They have almost the same body weight, the same leverage. Form line is 19 better. So that's with the jock. So they're the same. Okay, so we'll keep 19 on the lower end. Okay, because 19 is with a jock, and this one, though it has the thing, so that probably is a bad idea because of that genius. If he gets in now, that's a separate issue, because he has mathematically the same advantage as 19. Okay, he has the same advantage as 19. Difference is in form line and the presence of the jock. So 19 is good. Now that is gate number 8, that is gate number 9. That's a low, that's a high. Okay, 2 is capable, so it will probably go on this side. This is gate number 22. So 2 Then we have a gate number 3 that we have to look for, which is here. Is it possible? 2.5, 1.5. That is also possible. Okay. 4 is also possible. 4 is also possible. 2.5. No, sorry. 4 is not possible. 4 is not possible. 4 is not possible. So that 15 remains a check. Okay. How that 15 would work. 9 is too far. 17. 17 should not be the thing. What are the other possibilities out there? That's not the thing. 16. Okay. 16. 10. 8. All those are possible. Those are possible. But 2 is a check in between. Okay. So what is the difference between 2 and 14 and what is 15? So if we look at these two horses, okay, they are both carrying the same stuff as the jockey weight. Okay. 3 won here. 7 also got there. So 14 is the favorite, which is with JMac, which is on a higher pressure. Mathematically, it is not possible for 14 to win, but it is the odds. JMac is riding from gate number 9. Ideally, what should happen? Ideally, it is to those are very wide. So what is happening now? 4 is on the speed model, which is good, but it is not the highest, and that is one of the largest drop, okay, which is the favorite. But JMac is writing. How the structure is 2 should win, okay? 2 should win, then it is probably here on 10. Why? Because those are very wide, okay? The 14 is drop, but these are capable. The 8 and 9, those are possible. Those are very much possible, but they are very wide. Then the possibilities are here on 10, okay? Then these are again very wide. Then if we look at 17 and 13, both are on the lower tendency. This is a drop of 4.5. This is a drop. This is no drop. So that 13. Okay. And then if we look at all these two horses, 4 and 19, those are again drop. And on a 3.5, this is at 1.5, which is 15. So that's the structure, but the jockeys will definitely do their best. And when there are so many horses, jockeys will do what they have to do. But those are the facts. 2, 10, 13, 15. 10. Jockey is like that. Whether he understands the thing today is God knows. So ideally, if that's that, 2 can 15 with a high pressure, but jock is like that. So ideally it is 2, 15, then 10 and 13. 2, 15, 10 and 13. 2, 15, 10 and 13. Two, 15, 10 and 13. But in between, definitely the favorite is jock, which is there. And what I am explaining is what is the advantage. The rest is how the jocks perform. Okay. So 2, 15, 10, 13. 2, 10, 13, 15. We'll see how that works. $14, $19. Yeah, those are jocks. Okay. $14, $19. Those are all jockeys which are present. That part we will handle. The rain is definitely getting strong. Gate, this track has some kind of a omen. This track is cursed. Every time in last 3 years, whenever we tried racing at this particular track, the track has just played funny. You will start with a good 4, and then within an hour it will get flooded. Everything is going to be muddy. The track changes like nobody's business. Ask Arrowman. Arrowman has been here for last 3 years. We have never been able to race this track rightly. Never. Ballarat, one of the major. We've raced at Ballarat quite a few times, and there was another synthetic track. I don't remember at this point of time, but I completely remember Ballarat because they had the best. They had the best. That is a state sponsored track. So that's a very expensive track that they have at Ballarat. But they put that thing upside down. $17 and $19 underneath.
We're done with the free hits, aren't we? 2 odds on favourites as far as the first 2 races at Rosehill. We're going to have to earn our money here. It's a highway. We often say they're open, and $4.20 the field for this one. So Indy Springs needs a bit to go right from the gate. I can see that. We'll see what Alicia Collett can do, but she is airborne. She's going so well, this mare. She's a proven highway performer. Had to be ridden well back at Rosehill a few weeks ago. It was hard to miss her run. She made up a stack of late ground, so fingers crossed everything falls into place for her because she's knocking on the door to win one of these highways. And the fact there is a bit of rain around is probably a bonus for her. On paper, she does like getting her toe in the ground, has some good soft track credentials. 19 Lion. Now this galloper's in the field. I think he's a big hope. I'm not surprised there's been a bit of money around him. $26 first bet into as short as $9, just back out to 10. Drops 50 to 53 kilos. I like the way that he's going about his work. That first, one of these wins this time in was actually over Leovani at Tamworth, and that reads quite well now with the benefit of hindsight. So he's in a purple patch of form. He looks to get his chance on paper as far as where he's drawn and gets the services of Braith Knock. Fan Harder, I think, is a roughie you can throw into the mix. You're currently shopping at $26 for Reece Jones and Rod Northern, a pairing that we often see overachieve in these highways. He was actually luckless in Wayburn's highway 2 weeks ago, so was beaten 5 lengths. Ignore that. Went to the line largely untested, and I'll throw in King Jerry as the 4th pick. Another horse drawn wide. Last start Scone winner was only first up and did jump $6 in a highway last preparation, beaten 2.5
19
kilos.
in
He's always
third.
given the impression that he'd mature further in time. So I know he's a 5-year-old, but I'm tipping there's still a touch more to come from him. So 9, 19, 11 and 3. You'll note the horse I left out was Valador. So yeah, I think you're going to get a big price about this galloper, being the tab lay of the day. My niggle with this horse was just 1,600 metres back to 1,300 metres, Louis.
Okay, it's an interesting setup, but if you do like that fave, don't take the 440. Get your phones out, scan that QR code for a max bet of $50 on the $5 around for Valador. Let's just touch on that horse.
That is
Like
right.
You mentioned the niggle back to 1,300 metres.
What he is
Genius
talking
winning
is right.
combination
It is
like Mastara,
possible.
Gavrinik and Jay.
Okay. It is
Yeah,
possible,
well,
but it
there
is
was a
coming
little
from
period of
gate
time
number
there where I found a
22.
lot of these horses with this profile would come to these highways and they'd invariably start under the odds and they'd get beaten, but that is not the case recently. This stable having a lot of success bringing horses to town, so I respect her upside. She's still into her first preparation, no doubt in the world that it's still all in front of her. It was just the setup. If this was a mile, you'd have her on top, but 16 back to 1,300 metres, and if it turns into a bit of a dash late, she might be left flat. So we'll see how it works out, but I'm not surprised that bookies are inclined to take her on. I thought she was a risk too.
So at the 440, but you can get $5 there on screen. Indy Springs, you're on top selection. 950 back into 850 just in the last 30 seconds or so. Lion, who's also in your numbers, $10 in a 0.9. King of Dragons is first in double figures. Best backed each way if you want one. Number 10, Waitley, $26 went up this morning and is now a $13 chance off the last start, second here at Rosehill, over 1,500 metres. So rain somewhat continues, but no downgrade of yet. Still a good 4 for this Rosehill card as we take you back to go.
Here are the blue-white stars. Waitley going forward in the Australian Bloodstock Silks. Leon goes up. So final stages of moving them in. Valador, the race favourite, is out to 440. Number 19, Leon, into 850. Number 9, Indy Springs, at $8.50. So the conditions have improved a bit from half an hour ago. There's the light, and the country horses have said 16 of them. Gates are back now, they're off and racing. The well-supported Leon wasn't great out. It'll settle down last of all. And Indy Springs has ridden for speed, right out with Brooklyn Lights. Extremes holding a forward spot on the rails. King of Dragon there. And Waitley's going forward. Then came Flamboyant Lad, Zeus Sanity. Now the favourite Valador's back in the field and in the middle of the ruck. As the Moose horse moves up on the outside, Midnight Moose trying to improve. Leon starting to improve its position, followed by She Within, King Jerry, and Athena's Treasure is the last one. At Brooklyn Lights, Indy Springs, the joint leaders. Midnight Moose goes to third. Then came Waitley from Extreme, Flamboyant Lad deeper out from King of Dragons. Zeus Sanity being reined up on the inside. Dead set midfield is the favourite Valador. And in a 3-wide position, then came Fan Harder and Leon as they turn for home. The grey Brooklyn Lights a narrow leader. Indy Springs the outside, Extreme the inner, then came Waitley. A gap further back to King Jerry now. Valador's coming down the outside. It's running on well. Extreme taken to the front by Bayless at the 200 and raced a length clear. The runs are coming from everywhere. Valador, Leon down the outside. It's Leon moving up to Extreme. Athena's Treasure along the round, but Leon got there.
215.
Extreme and Athena's Treasure. Valador peaked on the run a bit. May run 4. Zeus Sanity's close
No,
on the
915.
inside. Then Brooklyn Lights from Waitley. Fan Harder, Indy Springs, Winning Emotion.
Sorry,
King
19.
Opinion, King of Dragons, King Jerry. She Within, Flamboyant Lad, Midnight Moose. That's all she wrote.
Behind the 19, Leon under Braith Knock in that 1.5 kilo claim, around 10.60 and 3.60 on the New South Wales tote, beating Extreme 3.90 and Athena's Treasure at $8.70.
19.15.
We're going to look at the 150, but this horse, Leon, it's very well bred and gets a third career victory.
Yeah, going nicely, isn't he? So he's really turned the corner. That's now 3 wins.
19-1, yes, 19-15.
Horse. It just took a little bit of maturity, a bit of time to coach the best out of him.
I don't know,
Scott Singleton was a fantastic trainer that out of Scone. Looks to have a really handy horse that can continue through the grades. Patient ride there from Brave Not Your Right. I didn't really know where to ride on there. Halfway down the straight, he was the one ducking and weaving, and once he saw a bit of daylight, didn't attack the line of the Beaten Brigade. Good run from Extreme. Keep an eye on these Paul Snowden gallopers that come to highways. They invariably run well. And just touching on your favourite, she was the one you wanted to be on there at the 200-metre mark. It looked like she was just going to run down the outside and put too strong over including stages and just peaked on her run. So whether that was the back-end trip, maybe she flattened out a touch late, but I wouldn't be too harsh on her. I do think she's a nice mare going forward and might be one for next preparation. But for the here and now, it's all about Leon.
It certainly is. A full brother to three-time
15
Group 1
and 16.
Tap highway. We'll take a break. Other side of this, the third from Doomben.
I don't know. We'll have to check the results. Hold on. They still haven't come up with the results, but here is the fact. What happened is 19 went through. Okay. Both were possible, 19 and 15. So it went from the lower side, 19 and 15. Difference is this guy was better, this guy was not. Then came 16, which is here, which was also possible because that's that. But I like the 10 more because it was from inside. Difference is form line and jock. So that is where the 16 comes in. 16 was also possible. And the 2 destroyed everything because that genius started racing like nobody's business. 16. So 9 and 15 from the lower side. Okay, 19 and 15. Then it came to 16, which was possible. $13, I don't know. We'll check what happened with 13. Race 3. $19, $15, $16 and $14. $19, $15, $16, then $14. $19, $15, $16, then $14. $19, $15, $16, then $14. That is how it played. Okay. So though they had the inner gates, they did not have the form line, plus they were with those geniuses, so they did not perform. Okay. 19 and 15 both were possible. 16 here on the lower side, which was also possible because that's that. And that was the body weight. So that's a mare, which was good. Let's check here. 16 thumbs up. 19 is here. So now let's understand what is happening. Okay, let us understand what is happening. So I always said that 57.5 is the right weight for being neutral. This is something that we figured out. But that was an average which I was looking at, and I was never sure about it. So what basically is the factor that decides? So it is the tension, all right, the tendency on that horse, the tension on the horse. If the tension is right, whether it is a 54.5 or whatever, then it'll go. And that's exactly happened with 15. But the other horses, those were not in the right position today. I mean, not in the right position as in they are the jocks who will not be able to deliver. So that's the problem. So we still have to believe on jock, whether or not things are possible. Okay, we'll go to the next. Especially on a Saturday, I think so many jocks are going to be there. Race 4, again a lot of scratching. 1, 3, 4, 9 and 10. 1, 3, 4, 9 and 10, all scratched. 1 is scratched. 3, 4, 9 and 10. 9. There's no 10. We take the gate numbers. 2 is from gate number 3. 5 is from gate number 9. 6 is from gate number 1. 7 is from gate number 11. 8 is from gate number 6. 11 is from gate number 4. 12 is from gate number 2. We all sorted. 6, 11, 2, 8. $16 and $14. 6, 11, 2, and 8. Six, 11, 2, and 8. Now let's understand what happened with this tendency on a class 3. Okay. So the ground has changed. Okay. So the ground has changed. I mean, probably what is happening is it has become soft or heavy. I think so, because now they are here. Okay. So 2 is on the lower side. So this is where it went wrong, because I think the ground has changed. Okay. So whether they have the tendency on the speed, the ground might have changed by the time we are talking. We'll go to the next. So we'll see what's going on. So we have 4 horses on speed and 3 horses which are on slow pace. So that is the highest drop, okay? And it doesn't have the pace value or the right load value. What it has is JMac. So what is 2? If we look at 211 and so these are on pace, okay? These are on pace. That's the highest pace is on 5, which is honestly is possible. It is also possible. The 12 is also possible. So what is going on is this, that let me just do it once again. Right understanding is 2 and 3 on -1. And the 8 and 6. Both are down. And comes 5. So the right arrangement is 12, not 2. 12. 11. 12, 2, 11, 2, 11, 12, 2, 11. This gets knocked out on this. This gets knocked out. Then comes 5. 5. Okay. Now 5 is with this genius. Six. Let's go here. 6 is what? No. So that will not probably happen because I believe the ground has changed. I believe the ground has changed for the tendency to work. So in that case, what happens? Whatever happens, happens, but that's the thing. Okay. So it's very difficult for 6 to win. Very difficult for 6 to win. That is the highest drop. It doesn't have the value. Here, what was 14? That was the highest drop. It did not have the tendency value to actually substantiate that. It did not win. What happened numerically is these two. Both were possible. Okay. This was a neutral. This was the other one. Difference was the jockey. Okay. Difference was the jockey. The two was in a very good state, but when we are looking at the ground value right now, then that becomes a little difficult. Scene. All right, that 10 is at 6. So whether it has the tendency or not, it is the ground value is if it has deteriorated, we'll figure that thing out whether it has deteriorated. And this thing went through. This was the first time it ran on a wet ground, probably 16, but that's just the figure, okay? And then 14 came in on top. But 14, even with that, it was not possible for 14 to win. So point is this, the ground has changed. Ideally, it should be 12. Ideally, it should be 12 to 11, then 5. 6 doesn't stand a chance. 6 doesn't stand a chance for the same reason. What we are looking at on 14. Okay, it had the tendency value, but the tendency value was lower than the drop value. Here it is also the same thing. The tendency value is lower than the drop value. So that's not possible technically. But now JMac is on board and it has rained at Rosehill. So how this will play is something that we will figure out because that is how things are. Okay, that is how things are, and they're like 63% bleeding. So how much can we trust these people? Both of them are like morons who are going to be riding.
He's the type of horse that would gain a bit of confidence, having won there in Queensland last start. Had been knocking on the door prior to that. Good to see him winning again. And Concordia Wind, another last start winner. That was on the Kenzo at the midweek. So as we touched on, I just don't know about her over the 1900 metres. But if she does run it, it would open up a few doors for her going forward. So I've gone 8, 11, 2 and 6. Kenmar Bay on top. I think he's very much ready to win and he won't get a better setup than the one he runs today.
Okay, 2.5 minutes away. Worth noting, this track at Rosehill, now a soft 5. That was downgraded at 12:54 p.m. retrospectively to include.
So the ground has changed.
Now on a soft 5. Tab market again. Concordia
So
Wind
soft
carrying
5 should not be a problem.
$3.70 in favour. Hovland with $3.70 out to as much as $4.60. Rallies back to $4. Leovani $3.40 out to $4.60. In Kenmare Bay, you're on top of there, Brad, is a $5 chance. Opened $5.50, but did get as short as $4.80. This, you would think, a horse who won't mind that little sting out of the track and downgrade here at Rosehill.
Yeah, it won't hurt his chances, that's for sure and certain. Kenmar Bay, he seems to go on all services, but he doesn't mind getting his toe in the ground, so he's particularly
11 will
on a heavy
place.
track. So he won't get those conditions today, but as you touched on, the fact that he gets his toe in the ground, it won't hold him back. I think he'll just stalk the speed here, I imagine. It could be quite a tactical race. You'd like to see him somewhere forward of the first couple, because I think if they drag straight back to last, there is the chance that this turns into a bit of a sprint home. I wouldn't really say we have a designated leader on paper, and after scratchings, the comes in smaller. So I can't see them running any time here. It could very much be a sprint over the including stages. With that in mind, I don't think Tommy Brew will want to be too far away. So interesting to see how the first couple of 100 metres does play out, because it could be quite tactical. At least it looks that way on paper.
Okay, best back late, certainly number 2, Hovland, barrier 3, Zach Lloyd in the saddle. Brad, blinkers off, winkers on. Was flying, a last start winner and a winner 3 starts ago. The only failure of late actually came, unfortunately, here at this track and more or less distance.
Yeah, there's a few little angles to this race, isn't there? So I don't know what to make of this field, to be honest. And the other one you can throw into the mix is Yamato Satona. And I did see that Corey Brown has got this galloper on top as a pick of the yard. And whenever you see the Stokes stable travel their horses, it normally pays to follow, doesn't it? So I know upon closer inspection you see that sale performance, but listening to Tommy Stokes on Sydney radio this morning, he gave a pretty glowing endorsement. This horse could turn his form around. So over from New Zealand, he's hard to get a confident line on. We saw him in a New Zealand derby as a 3-year-old, and he wasn't beaten all that far. So there's a little clip around to say that he could run a lot better than what we saw from him first up and be a sharp improver. But it's that kind of race. I'm not going to talk you out of anything.
Okay, blinkers and a crossover noseband going on for Yamato Satona for a second up run this afternoon coming to New South Wales. Let's take your trackside to Darren for race 4.
And Yamato Satona. Yamato Satona in Barry Purdon's famous colours is the last to go forward, the ex-New Zealander. Blinkers on today, and the light is on. We're ready to run. Set. Gates are back now, and they're off here at Rosehill. Leovani was very sluggish out and settles last. Yamato Satona is pretty sluggish as well. So flying from above won the start from a Rosehill Stone to second. Concordia Wind well positioned. Then Hovland and Leovani being sent forward. So the mare is 3 wide, and she'll do some work in the early stages. Kenmare Bay taken back, and Yamato Satona, the blinkers on, is going to settle towards the rear on the fence. So flying above in front, Leovani after the sluggish start sent forward, travelling pretty keenly now in an outright second. Concordia Wind third inside a Rosehill Stone. 2 off to Hovland from Yamato Satona. and Kenmare Bay sees them all. About 6 lengths off the lead. They've got 1,200 metres to run, and flying from above, it's been inspected. Big odds shows the way here in the hands of Rachel King by 2 on Liavani. Concordia Wind's been well positioned from the outset in third. A length off to Aroha Stone, then Yamato Satona. 1 length to Hovland and 2 lengths to Kenmare Bay. No change to the action now as they start the run down the side in clearing conditions here, but the track has been downgraded to a soft 5. Flying from above inside the 800 from Liavani. Then Concordia Win, Aroha Stone, 1 out, 1 back. Then came Yamato Satona. A length clear from Hovland, and Kenmare Bay hasn't really been able to close in on the rest of the pack now as they approach the turn. Flying from above by 3/4 to Liavani, Aroha Stone pulling out. Concordia Win fourth, and further back to Yamato Satona. Hovland not doing a great deal at the moment. Inside the 300, flying from above. Concordia Win takes the inside run now, followed by Aroha Stone, and then came Liavani. Concordia Win races to a length and a half lead now with 150 metres to go. Kenmare Bay's making good ground from the rear of the field, but Concordia Win's going to win it brilliantly. Second goes to Flying from Above. Third, maybe
6,
Liavani
12,
nose to
11,
Aroha Stone. Then
6.
Kenmare Bay, Yamato Satona didn't close off, and Hovland has finished back towards the rear.
6 Concordia Wind under J-Mac, 382.30 beats 12 Flying from Above, and 11 very prominent for third, Brad. Back-to-back wins for Concordia Wind, and another one for Jay.
Daughter of Justify, a lovely ride. James McDonald used that inside gate to perfection. As we thought it might, it was going to be a little bit of a tactical race, and it played out that way. Once they found their positions, they really dropped anchor in the early and middle stages. 13-13, 12-9-9. A couple of splits there between the 14 to the 1200 and 1200 to the 1,000 metres, and it turned into a dash home, and she had the superior turn of foot, and it was quite comprehensive there at the finish, wasn't it? So that's now 6 wins
12,
from the 16
11,
starts.
5.
First go 1,900 metres and no worries whatsoever. So she's a mare that's in really good form at the moment, and that's now 3 wins from a past
6, 12, 11, and 5.
6, 12, still a photo third, but fancy 11 will go very close to getting that to race number 4 there from Rosehill. We'll confirm it on the other side of this.
So what happened? 6, 12, 11, and 5. So 6 went through. Why J-Mac? That's the factor, okay? 12, 11, because that, and that. 2 was neck to neck, and the 5 was the right one. So 8 did not get there, 2 did not get there. Those were the things, but 6 won. Now that is so what has happened is basically the fact that the ground probably has changed. Okay, the ground probably has changed. I mean, they're saying it is soft, but that's where it is going to collide. That's what I think. But the fact remains the same, that they did not have the right jock. So it is early to talk about what has happened there. Okay. So J-Mac is still the best jock. We'll go to the next. One and 6 has been scratched. We take the gate numbers. 2 is from gate number 8. 3 is from gate number 2. 4 is from gate number 3. 5 is from gate number 10. 7 is from gate number 6. 8 is from gate number 1. 9 is from gate number 4. 10 is from gate number 7. 11 is from gate number 5. Okay. 5, 4, 10, 3. So it's the same again, all right? It doesn't match, but JMac is on board. But ideally it should be here too. So ideally 5 is the largest drop, okay? Now, that's one side of the story. The other side of the story is this, that JMac is riding and the rest are in a dicey position. They're like bleeding. Also, that's where it stands, okay? It basically is, uh, boiling down to one fact and one fact only as of today, that, you know, uh, JMac is in form and he's taking all the right decisions. That's all that is happening. It was a bad idea to rave the 2, the 12. There's no necessity for you to rave the 12. It can easily win, but you raved it. It went upside down. Otherwise, it'll not play exactly like that, okay? It is just the mistake where they are making. It is just the mistake that they are making on the track. If they are being advised rightly, then they will not do that. But we know that does not happen in horse racing. The trainers, they give a free hand to the jocks to decide whatever they want to do with the horse on the track. And that's exactly where a good jock and a bad jock comes into picture. So ideally here, what is the thing? So again, it does not match the load value, all right? It does not match, but it has JMac. Ideally, it should be 8, then 10, then 2, then 3. 5 is not there in the picture. But JMac is riding, And we have him and these two. So 8 is being ridden by who? Tim Clark. Tim Clark is not bad, but that's where things are. 10 is being ridden by Zach Lloyd. Lloyd, we can see, is not bad. 2 is being ridden by Gibbons. So that's where it stands, and they're all like that. Yeah, 11 blew it. 11 to place. You said 11 to place. The 11 placed. It came in third, though. You know, certain things don't match, so I'll tell you what doesn't match. Okay, so uh, this is the tricky part of the game. So here the 14 did not win for the same reason that we are identifying. Okay, it had the leverage, but it was dropped. The 14 did not win. What is the difference? The difference is here the 6 won. Why? There are a couple of things that needs to be understood in plain English. Okay, so this is a Chris Waller horse, probably. They're showing a 6.5 down on this horse. Okay, there's a leverage on this. I think that those are fake numbers. This is not a down horse. Okay, this is not a down horse. This is not a down horse. Here also, this is Chris Waller. This is showing down. Probably this is what he plays, you know. This is why Chris Waller is Chris Waller. Why? Because this is where the 5 is again with Chris Waller. All right. So what he does basically is he does a very clever thing that he has been doing. That's what I can see. And I have noticed this in the past, and if you remember that we had a couple of trainers here in the chat box, and we were talking, and they constantly said that we desperately and deliberately we play low. So what basically is the fact is this is a lie. But how do we catch this is a lie? This thing is a lie. How do we catch this is a lie? We can't catch it by the horse. I mean, we can't catch it by that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Okay, here the 14 was not a Criswalla horse. With a down, it actually did not play. Actually lost. This was not a Criswalla horse. They played, that was the right number. But here, this was a Criswalla horse and they played down. Now here, this is a Criswalla horse. They're playing down and JMac is riding. And that exactly is what they have been doing all their life. They're lying that this is down. Okay? They're lying that this is down. And then they upset the entire thing. They're lying that this thing is down. That's why it goes wrong. Otherwise, there cannot be any other reason. That number is not right. That number they're making up. That number they're making up. Dow's 10. We'll get there. Dow's. Ideally, the fact is this, that 8 should win, 10 is the next, but they're cheating. Okay, so those are like real numbers. Okay, those are like real numbers. So that's that. So 8 is in between. Those are real numbers, because these people, otherwise, how they are getting knocked out, because they do the honest job. They do the honest job, and that's why they kind of get knocked out. Why? Because they don't know the business. The trick of the business is here. Okay, that's where that's where Criswalla is Criswalla, because he knows exactly what to do. So the 10 will get there, which is probably there. But if we look at how things are, that's 6.5 or 2.55.5 and 0. So 8 has advantage over 10. Okay, 8 has advantage over 10. 10 will be getting there, but that's like 67. Ideally, it is like that. 8, 10, 2, and 3. 8, 10, 2, and 3. But this is lying, so that is the highest category. So that's basically why it is being placed on the highest category. So even if they are lying, it is on the highest category. So we'll have to do some arrangement there to catch their lies. Okay. Here also, with a drop, it should not be on the highest category. How is it on the highest category? Because the track knows that they are lying. Okay. Because the track knows that they are lying and they've been put into the highest category. Here, also that was on the highest category, and that did not win, because that is like that. Okay. So we can't catch it through that. That is the right number, actually, because these people, that's the right number. Why? Because it doesn't lose. 9. See, those numbers don't add up, okay? That's the tendency. And then that's the drop. And you're talking about 9. It is not doing well. Those are the right numbers. Dows. Those are the right numbers. But here, that's the fact that these guys are playing. Otherwise, there cannot be any other reason.
Yeah, she was good there at a big price. The market underestimated her coming through that narrow win at Wyong, but what she is she's just a lightly raced improver. So it seems like Brad Whittaker have a lot of horses that fit this profile. They're just horses going through their grades. They're not overly exposed, and they're hard to get a line on in terms of where they fit in. But she really put her hand up there, and I do think Avista is quite a handy mare, so I don't mind that as a form. And so I guess the point with her, after being, $4.60 was first bet, there was always going to be a point where she got to too big of a quote, and it turns out that $7 was that price point, and that the punters were happy to play thereafter.
Your value bet IL2 at 650. Gets Sienna Grimer in the saddle, claiming 2 from a good draw. She's been flying throughout the months.
Yeah, hasn't she what? She's certainly making the most of that partnership that she's got with Chris Waller, and under the guidance of Darren Beeman, she's given herself every possible chance. So she'll be looking to build on what was a fantastic season for taking that apprentice title as far as the Metro goes. Yeah, hopefully she can continue that momentum into this season, but getting good opportunities, and rightly so. She's riding really well.
So 650 for IL2 as the value. Favourite still Glissando at $3.40. Only a pair of them left to load as we get you to Darren.
Sando made light work of the task.
That's okay, Dowles.
50 metres, letting all the
We
way.
race every week,
Back a little bit.
twice. So you have not missed anything.
At her last 2 wins, Glissando, and she's put into the outside score by James McDonald, and the load is on. We're good to go. Takes her back in the 5th. Glissando jumped well. No speed by Hurry Miss. Storm Season taken back now. Ishikari was fast into stride. Mind you, Glissando rolling up on the outside. Parada's Gem settles in 4th on the fence, clear from aisle 2. Then Transcend, who's 4th last early from Hurry Miss, Sneaky Choice. And Storm Season's last of all, the pair from Bathurst, a clear leader here, Ishikari.
No, it is.
And the favourite
It is
Glissando
that combination, you know, J-Mac and Chris Waller combination. They played very smartly. They played very, very smartly.
Outside of aisle 2, a length 2, Hurry Miss. Sneaky Choice and Storm Season are the last 2. Ishikari, a 2-length leader at the 600 from Glissando. And Mind Your Biz rolling up into 3-wide position. Transcenders creeping closer now. Getting onto the back of the favourite and a bit wider as they turn. And then came Parada's Gem. Ishikari turns the corner by 2. Glissando didn't find much, and quickly Mind Your Biz is the main pursuer to Ishikari, and Transcenders sailing down the outside. Mind Your Biz got to Ishikari, 2 lengths away to Transcend. It's Mind Your Biz in front, a length off to Transcend. Mind Your Biz still in front from Transcend. He's trying hard, lunging, and it's close, very close.
10-4.
Very close. Mind Your Biz and Transcend. Storm Season ran home in a photo for 3rd with Ishikari. Then Parada's Gem Aisle 2. Glissando dropped right out from Sneaky Choice and Hurry Miss.
It's a photo for Transcend, the outside, trying to gobble up the market mover, Mind Your Biz, and they'll hit it.
4-10.
On that angle, it'll be Transcend for Tommy Berry. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. Third's a photo as well. I think there was a bit happening there in the straight, Brad. Transcend, if it has won, has defied a mammoth drift.
Yeah, it looks
No,
like
it is 4.
When it counts, under a shove there from Tommy Berry to get her nose down. So still waiting on confirmation. The low
4-10.
angles, there's very much, it looks the outside Transcend. So what was evident from that is that she just settled so much better. We touched on her as being a talented mare, but she's just been her own worst enemy. And there is that confirmation that Transcend does get the verdict over Mind Your Biz. A good gap back to 3rd, but just on Transcend, she's got a few tricks. Today, she settled and she quickened and she was in for the fight. So that's a really encouraging sign going forward. She came across from New Zealand. The wraps were quite big. There was expectations going in the last preparation. Did too much wrong, but you can see on the front on, she still wanted to wander about a little bit. So she's far from the finished product. But yeah, that's a much better performance. Good effort by the runner-up, unfortunately done right on the line, but she continues to race well. Whether we hear anything more from the stewards, we'll see, because there was a bump. It's just a matter of how close it was to the line.
Yeah, spot on. It looked like that last stride or two that they've made contact. Maybe worth just holding your tickets there at Rosehill. 4, 10, 9 and 2 numbers across the line at this stage. Let's see if we can identify
4, 10, 9
how
and 2.
close to the line that bump was. Yeah, I'd say it's the last stride or two. So maybe
We'll check what happened. 4. That is what happened. 4, 10, 9, 2. 4, 10, 9 and 2. 4, 10, 9. The track is also playing. Okay, the track is playing. It has changed to soft. So now 5 did not win. Why? Now this time they got burnt. Why? Why they got burnt? Is because the track changed, which they cannot control. Okay, they cannot control the track. So this was 0 on SS. They were playing, which is good, but now the track changed, so they cannot control the track. Now they went upside down. They can control this, okay? They can control this, but they cannot control the track. So that is why this is getting affected. Six. 110, 14 scratched. Thirteen, 4, 8 and 3. 13, 4, 8 and 3. So here is the thing. Okay. So this time it is not Chriswala. Chriswala is here. Now it is like that. 11. Again, JMac is writing. So ideally it is here. 8. 13 cannot. 13 is not the right fit. I mean, it is, but it is after 6. Okay. But now the 6 and the 11. Difference is that one is a 7-year-old gilding and this one is a 6-year-old gilding. Both of these are possible. Okay, that is also possible. This is also possible. 11. So one of them is in between. If that happens, that is 6, which is there, is higher. 6, 7, 47, 57, 59, this is 60.54. Should be this one. That is the drift. Okay, this is not. Ideally, that is the thing. So 8, 6, 13, and 7, which is 2.5. And here is 1.52, 1. But can the 11 beat the 5? Can 11 beat the 5? Yes, 11 can beat the 5, but how? 11 can beat the 7. Doesn't look like. We'll stick to that. 11 is also a check that 11 can get in. Not a major check, but that 11 is possible. So what should happen now? The problem is this, that it is 1100 meter. Okay, 1100 meter, we know this is a problem. This is definitely a problem on 1100 meter. This is definitely a problem on 1100 meter, which we know. So both of these are in, I think so. 11 is also very strong. 11 can also get in, but so what is the what is the difference between 6 and 11 is this is a 7-year-old gilding and this is a 6-year-old gilding. Okay, this is doing a little better, this is not doing good. That's all that difference is. But number wise, that's the one. Number wise, that's the one. So ideally, so if the jockey weight doesn't do any damage, then it is 8, 6, 13, 7. 11, I don't know. I'm not very sure how the 11 will play, but it can. Especially beating the 6, which is a 7-year-old gilding. Okay. But ideally, the larger drift should work. The larger one is an 8-year-old gilding, which is like that, and it doesn't also match. So that probably is not the thing. So we'll stay out of that. But the question is, can the system should not be. Not be. Ideally, 8 should remain. 6, 13. That is beyond question. I don't know. But it is linear. We'll see how that works. And the 7. So beyond that, 8, 6, 13, 7. 11, I'm not sure. We will see how that works. When is the Everest? October. Yeah, I mean, it is either, it's generally before that week of Victoria, the Melbourne Cup week. During that is the time they have all the major races. So now here this one did not win because now they're in trouble. They don't know what to do. But how the 4 win? Because of the jock. And they're like that. It is very disappointing. The 4 beating this one while it is falling out. That is weird. It was not in the five, but the thing is, who are the champions? I mean, are they these guys? They kind of are blind or what? I don't know. I think they have a. This is the 6. The 10 was mind your business, right? 10 was. Five. Mind your business, upload. I mean, there is something wrong with the stud farm, definitely, because Zach Lloyd was on board and they're bleeding. The decisions are wrong. Why and how those are wrong? Are they not looking at it? I mean, that's very strange. They kind of see, this is absolutely in a devastating situation. They did what they had to do. They knew nothing about what was going on, and they just got it knocked out. So they probably are in a bad state. So that probably is not the thing. So the 2 got there with that, whether 58 and 57, 59, 4 was a 6, 50, 60, 55, 8. So where are they playing? Dude, where are they playing? Here, okay. And that did not sound, then it is definitely here. 61 is an 8-year-old. This one is not. So it is 7-year-old. 9 is a 6-year-old. 11 is a 6-year-old. 3 is a 5-year-old. What doesn't match? And this one is a 6-year-old. But the genius is like that. Ten won. 10 should have won. 10 was the, I mean, the 8 I definitely understand, but the 10 kind of won. The 4, 10 on third. How will that happen? Whatever the protest is, I think that was right. But then again, it is very, very weird to basically think that, I mean, it all basically is this, boiling down to that. So that was right, actually, 2.5. This cannot win, but still, now what was faked out? So this was the largest, okay? This was the largest. Anyway, this was the largest, and that was there. And this time, this was, that fake got caught, okay? That fake got into trouble because that fake cannot control the ground. They can manipulate this, but they cannot manipulate the ground. The 8 and 2, they were like that also. They did not know what to do, actually. And the 9, 8, 8, 9, not there, 9. The thing is, Dow's, that is 10-4 in that case, I think. 10-4. 10-4, 9-2. It's still disappointing that the 8 did not get there. Here it is 8-6, 13. Here it is 8. It is Chris Waller. Now I hope they are playing right. Six is in between. Then it gets here, but that's a bad match. Then 7 comes in. 2 is also very good, but that is doing nothing because it's an 8-year-old gilding, okay?
$6 currently with tab. You can. That's the price you're getting for the Kosciuszko. What would you need to see here, you think, to see that it can make it to that level?
Yeah, I'd want to see him be fighting out the finish, to be honest, Louis. We know that Kosciuszko, to win it, you have to have a high-quality galloper. We've seen horses like Front Page, who was a genuine Group 1 sprinter, win races like that go towards a Kosciuszko. So, long story short, I'd want to see him fight out the finish. We saw Matt Dale with So You Pence a few weeks ago put her name up in lights. So I know it's a little bit dangerous sometimes when you do the form to read too much into things and try and read between the lines. But when you've got these fringe players with due respect to off the press and they come into their preparation relatively early, I think there's something to be said for that. To say they might be forward, they might be here to make a statement. Because at the end of the day, if you're not being talked about, you're not going to get selected. So it's a bit of a show-off day for off the press. So yeah, I'm tipping he'd be screwed down to do something. I'll be very surprised if he's not at least hitting the line.
Now, no room in your numbers for Kimberly's Secret. Sit ran second here at Rosehill first up, beaten under a length, and is a previous second up winner.
Yeah, she's hard to knock given her consistency. It was just a matter of where she's drawn. I had her mapped 3 wide, which looked a little bit tricky on paper. So I think you'll know your fate with her nice and early. When I first sat down to do the form, I was expecting this rain to dodge us and we'd be on a good track. So maybe not such huge disadvantage now, but as we often see, Rosehill, 1,100 metres, you don't want to be too far away and you don't want to be wide and working. So I think her chances hinge on the intent shown by a few underneath her. And there's a few potential go-forward horses in the makeup of this field. You've got Confess Our Dreams, who's quite a fast mare. You've got Tri-State, who likes to roll. Formal won't be too far away. And even Huon from the inside gate, I do think there'll be some early intent to hold the position. So I expect a truly run race, and Kimberly Secrets might just have her work cut out as far as getting across.
starting to load. Quick thoughts on Formal, you referenced there. There was money for it. $10 into 7, gets back out to $9.50. If you backed it last start, you certainly weren't rushing to watch that replay.
Yeah, that's a fair shout. He had been going nicely prior to that, and it's a pretty neat tie-in with Polyglot. So I guess when you look at the respective prices, there was always going to be a price point when the money started to dive in. It turns out it was that $15 quote out to $10 into 9, and holding firm now at $10. So
maybe because of the form line.
He's racing as well as ever for, as you say, strike a line through last time.
380 the field. Street Artist is that fave. Kimberley Secrets at 5, and Brad's on top of Off the Press now back into $7 after being $7.50 only a few minutes ago. Here's Darren.
Kimberley Secrets now the last. Race 6 of the day. Kimberley Secrets being placed in by Correa Keatings, and we're just about good to go now. 1,100 metres. Distance of the Rosebud later. Stand by. Ready? And they're racing. Huon Jump Well together with Tri-State moving up on the outside. Kimberley Secrets out very wide, and Confess Our Dreams are both going fast, and Confess Our Dreams found the lead from Kimberley Secrets, and Polyglot sent forward going to third. In advance of Tri-State, Off the Press a clear fifth. Then came Huon from Formal, and on a three-wide path is Winning Revolution. 2 for the back to Harry Got Style. The favourite Street Artist is second last, and beside the Ocean a length behind it. Confess Our Dreams, Kimberley Secrets ensuring a good gallop in the lead. Polyglot stalks, and then Tri-State. Off the Press, Winning Revolution. Then came Huon Formula. Now the favourites are well back in the field. Street Artist, and beside the Ocean are still last. Kimberley Secret revved up now, takes the lead. Polyglot's had a charmed run and is trying to chip into the margin. Harry Got Stars running on the inside, and Street Artist is trying to bomb them. Off the Press, wide out. Polyglot hit the lead. Polyglot, Street Artist flying. Polyglot.
3:13.7.
Michael Friedman bounces back for her for the
11.
moment. Street Artist, and Off the Press. Harry Got Stars close up. Beside the Ocean got going at the end. Further back to Huon, Tri-State, Confess Our Dreams, Kimberley Secrets, Formal, and Winning Revolution.
Behind the 3, Polyglot at $5.90. Michael Friedman lost the last one in the Stewards Room race 5. Doubt he'll lose this one in race 6. Brad, a good win.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be taking that one off him. So under the urgings of Tim Clark, this is a horse that's right in the zone. So coming in.
Three 13. So that actually mattered, okay? That actually mattered on a 1200 meter, 1100 meter. That thing actually mattered. The 6 was a 7-year-old gelding, was there but did not get there. The 3 was right because that was the thing. So 3, then 13. I did not understand the 11 properly, so that is 3, 13, 11, and 7. 7 was the last, 4th. So now what is the problem? The problem is this, that they were like that. That's a problem, okay? This is a problem that we have identified. On an 1100, that does not work, okay? This was 7-year-old gelding, 47, did not work. So 3, then here, then here, then here. 7. So what happened to 8? Now they're in trouble because now it is showing the right figure and the ground has gone bad. So that is what is happening. Okay, that is what is happening. So the speedy horse are facing the problem. Okay, the horses on speed are facing that problem because that is constantly happening. But here it went through, which is okay because of 1400 meters that played here. That happened, so that is okay. But somehow it is interacting with the ground. Anyway, we'll go to the next. One and two has been scratched. I've scratched 1 and 2. It's not there. 5, 10, 8 and 3. So when they put those horses, those are like 7-year-old gelding. Is not possible, but if that happened, 3, 13, 8 was in trouble. Because they cannot, that is 1100 meter. This one is a 1200 meter. Again, the problem is the same. This is the problem, okay? 1100, 1200 meter. This is the jockey management that they have to do. Okay, that's why this is something that we have identified, and this is a constant thing that is happening. Does that change? Yes, it changes, but for that everything else has to go wrong. But that's a problem when the jockey is with a lot of weight on 1100, 1200 meter. That does not work properly. Okay, so now let's understand what is happening. The match is on 4. Okay, the match is on 4, then it is on 6, then it is on 5, then it is on 10. Okay, here is how it is. 6 drop is 1, 5.5 drop is 3, then it is here and here. Okay, this is the speedy horse, which is going just the opposite direction of everybody else. Everything is on slow pace. Okay, this is the only horse which is going on the opposite direction, plus it does not match. In the first race, the 5 won because that was a -2 and this was a -1. Okay, so that happened, that played well, and the 1 was not in the right frame. I mean, did not do right thing. So, but here it is 4.5 and 4. So the gap reduces. Ideally it is here, then it is here, then it is on 5. Then it is on 10. If the 8 or the 7 doesn't knock it out. That is also if the 10 or the 7 doesn't knock it out. So now that genius is like that. .5 4. Probably not happening. In that case, what happens? 59 is no, it will not work. Probably. So 4, 6, 5. That is the right. But 10 getting in is as difficult as these two. Wherein 8 is 0, 4, 3, 7, 5. Ideally, it is on 7. Ideally, it is on 7. Four, 6, 5, 7. It is not 10. Seven. So now, so the 5 is the favorite. 5 is the linear, which is good. JMac is riding. 1200 meter, that's a problem. 10 is in trouble. Also, because it is climbing the opposite direction. Now, the problem is this, that none of them has form line, which is an issue. But that is also the key understanding whether we require the form line or not. So what is the game? Game plays two things. One is revised weight and category. Here also we played the revised weight and then the category. Okay. Here also we played the revised weight and the category, and then the low pressure and the high pressure. So revised weight and the category. So 4, 5. Then 4, 8. So then this thing might come in, because still it is a drop. That is also a drop. They are not there. Then it is here. So the 9 may, because that is the second linear. Okay, that is the second linear. 4, 5. That's one way. Second is 6. 9. But why? Because that is a that is a 0. This is 6.5. 4, 5, 6. So 6. So let me 5, 6, 8. Let's play that. They put the 13 in third. Thirteen should have been third. What else? That was race 6. 3, 11, 13, and 7. Three, 11, 13, and 7. We matched that. 3, 11, which is okay. 13. So what happened here is the same fact that 1 did not work. So now 5 is on 2, 1200 meters. So it should be 4, 5, 6. Then it either goes to 9, which is possible, or it goes to a higher, which is 8. 6 is in middle. 4, 5, 6. Don't do what I'm doing. I am getting burned every day. But 4, 5, 6, 9, 4, 5, 6. 10 is on the opposite direction. 9, and then comes 7 is a 6.5, but is a drop. Now God knows if they are saying drop is in drop. They've been categorized on the third line, so that's where the problem is. Brilliant horses, 4 and 6 both. I think generally how it is playing is like this, that a revised weight, okay, a revised weight, we have to look a little deeply, okay. So a revised weight 3, which went through, the 7 was on the third line, which came in on the third line, but 11 came in second, which is because of that. This was a problem, okay? So that was a problem. So what ideally should have happened? This should have gotten with this, but no, they are monkey. They are monkeys, so they came in on the third. So that should have gotten there. That did not happen. So that went here. And then it went on 13 because they were on like that. But here also the 5 is like that, but it's a 1200 meter. Ideally it should be 5, 4, 6 is on the third. And then if the 9 gets in with the drop, then it gets in with the drop. But ideally, that's not the thing. It is between 10 and 8, out of which 8 is a better one. 10 is swimming the opposite direction. But 8 is from gate number 10. So that puts that thing different, and that's where the 9 comes in. Okay, they both, the 8 and the 10, they are both in a very dicey situation. Why? Because this is climbing the opposite direction, and this is a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 10. In that case, a gilding from gate number 7 with a drop on the third line will get there, and that's the second linear. So these two are in between, probably. Dow's, what do you think the force should do here to win? Okay. So 4 is a low pressure. Okay. That is the EW. Now, generally, the tendency is this, that it is going to be running front, which is the exact opposite that it should do. Okay. Why? Because it is not on a speed. Here, if you look at how things work, okay, so here the 7, okay, they were like that. So the 7 was the low, but 7 was not trying to win. Okay, 7 was not chasing. So even if they're like that, they did the right thing. They were not in the top 3, they were in the top 4. On the 4th line, if you look at where I made it, it is on the 4th. Okay, so they were not on the top 3, they were in the top 4. But here is the point is they played well. Why? Because they did not put it on pace, because the pace is not where they are on slow pace. But this is a front running horse. Okay, this is a front running horse. If they tried running front, it would have gone upside down. Here it is the same thing. Okay, this is a front running horse, but that's where they stand. Okay, they are not on pace, so they need to hold it. They cannot put it on pace. If they put it on pace, then they're upside down, which this genius is quite capable of doing. Okay, this is why the problem. That is an issue. So if they put it on pace, they are upside down because there's nobody on pace. This is supposed to run slow. This is supposed to run slow. And the 9 could get there because the 8 and the 10 both are in two different tangent altogether. The 10 is climbing the opposite direction and the 8 is from gate number 10, is a 6-year-old gilding. In that case, this genius is in place. Okay, the 9. So let me correct this. 9 4 5 6 9. Four needs to have a lot of patience. The 4 can beat the hell out of 5. There is no there is no problem. The problem is the form line and this genius sitting on this horse who probably doesn't even understand what he has gotten in between his legs.
If you're not in the habit of taking skinny odds about horses, maybe Grand Impact is the way to go. 5, 3, 8, and 6. I stole a Merc. We made the case for him. He does get a 1.5 kilo weight swing on Hawker Hall there from last time out. And Talk to Be Sure, another horse that comes through that same Hawker Hall form reference, and just that wide gate, 1,100 metres first up, made it pretty much in Mission Impossible. So he's another horse that is looking to really cement a position in that Kosciuszko. 3.5 lengths is a big margin turnaround on a Hawker Hall, but you don't have to go back too far in his form to find a situation or a race there where he beat Ninja in the Gold Coast Magic Millions Guineas, albeit controversially, but you'd say that reads as pretty good form now after what Ninja did last week in their Missile Stakes. So 5, 3, 8, and 6 for me, Louis.
Yeah, spot on. Talk to Be Sure, currently $11 and $3.50 a place for the running of the Kosciuszko in that pre-noms market with TAB. Let's take a look at the market here. Hawker Hall, the favourite, $2.30 into $1.95. Touched odds on, back to even money you're getting now. Eagle Express is $3.70 out to $4.40, back into $4 here on the second line of betting. Brad will touch on it, not in your numbers, Eagle Express. First up, it's coming from Victoria. It's had the 2 jump outs there, but you go back to last preparation. It actually kicked off here at this track in distance and won.
Yeah, she was great first up. So if you read into patterns, which I do like to do, which might sound a little bit contradictory given I don't have her here, then there's some evidence that fresh might be best for this mare. So I do quite like the setup in terms of the inside gate, 52 kilos, but she is up in grade. And one thing that you'll note throughout her career is that she has lacked a little bit of consistency. So if you lean heavily into the fact that she'll repeat what she did first time in, she'd be a huge play here. But had a bit of a love-hate relationship with Eagle Express over the past couple of campaigns. But if you do like her, I would be really encouraged to see good late support.
Is it a Laymac time? No, I don't think so.
Back into $6 and now it's $6.50. Tell us more about your second selection in Grand Impact. $9 into $6.50.
That's a queen, all right? It plays high, low, high, low.
At Rosehill was off a
Will it play low, high is very difficult because It is like
Yeah,
that,
Daisy,
okay?
he's an underrated horse, isn't he? So he's another one with a fantastic strike rate, 16
It
spins
plays
around
high
for 5
and
wins.
low,
So
high pressure, low
he's
pressure, high
relatively
pressure, low
lightly
pressure.
raced
That is
and
how
the
it
evidence of that
plays.
return
You have
from
seen it,
Milestone start, you'd
Dow's.
probably say he's about the
You've
equivalent
been here
to
for a
Hall as far as
very
talent
long
goes.
time, so
And it
you've
does
seen
tie in
how
quite
the
neatly.
rhythm
So he'll
plays.
slide across, he'll put himself right there, and I'm not
It
surprised to see
always
that he
plays
does
high,
have his
low,
band. So
high,
he didn't
low.
have a lot of support there first up, but here he is rock solid. So you'd think he would have taken natural improvement from that outing, and if he does find a few lengths off that, he is right there in the finish again.
All right, first look at the quantity on Rosebud Day. Only a couple left to load. Hawker Hall, rock solid and even money favourite as we get the Baron.
Million. James McDonald in the saddle again. The light is on. Ready now. They're off in the first leg of the quaddy, and Eagle Express handled the start well. So did the favourite Hawker Hall. I stole a Merc away well and is up outside the leader early. So Hawker Hall, as expected, leads, and I stole a Merc in a prominent role second. Eagle Express close in third. They're followed by Barber, then Grand Impact. Talk to be sure back in the field, firing up from Zadaki and Money Team are the last two. Hawker Hall extends the lead to 2.5 now, and I stole a Merc. Eagle Express, the pace is pretty decent.
Not
Couple
that
off
bad.
to Grand Impact
Not
on the
that
inside
bad.
of Barber. Then came Talk to be sure. On the outside is Zadaki and Money Team, the last one. Hawker Hall, 2 lengths clear. 450 to go, the short price favourite. From Eagle Express and its Slipstream. Then came I Stole a Merc, really being wound up in Grand Impact.
What are you doing?
Hawker Hall at the 250 and narrow leader. Eagle Express is chipping away on the inside, and Grand Impact is starting to loom. Eagle Express the inside, Grand Impact the outer. Eagle Express and Grand Impact. Eagle Express the inside of Grand Impact,
10,
and
3,
Eagle Express
8,
won it
5.
by neck to Grand Impact. I Stole a Merc third. Hawker Hall
10,
weakened back into fourth. Talk to be sure was
3,
keen at the run and beaten a good margin
8,
from
5.
Zadaki, Money Team and Barber.
Jesus Christ.
Another first up Rosehill victory for Eagle Express under Zach Lloyd, 431.70, beats the 3 Grand Impact $1.90, and I Stole a Merc runs third at $1.80. Brad, again, too good fresh.
Absolute disaster. Ten. Three. Eight, 5. Ten. Eight. The market was right on this. That did not work. Ten. Three. 1200 meters, that was the lowest weight. 2385. 4. Doesn't match. 4.5. 10 is the opposite direction. 10. So what was the issue with these? Did not have the form line, but this one was still better. Why wouldn't the 4 win? Something that I don't know. Why the 5 and the 4 did not get there. That shouldn't have been the case. And this was okay. This was okay. 4.54. But this one played absolutely nonsense. We'll go to the next. So it plays high, low, all right? That was the high. That was the low. That was the high. That was the low, and that was the high. So that is the problem. Okay. They did not get there. Now they should have. Why they did not get there is the fact we will have to dig. So what is high, what is low? The pressure, okay? It always plays high and low. One of the high will get in, then one of the low, then one of the high, then one of the low. So that's how the pressure works. Generally, it is like that every time. One, two, 4, 12, 13, 16, all scratched. 1, 2, 4, 1. Two, 4, 12, 13, 16. One, two, 4, 12, 13, 16, all scratched. I hope we've got the gate numbers right. 3 is 7. 7. 5 is 15. 6 is 5. 7 is 4. 8 is 18. 9 is 19. 10 is 14. 11 is 6. 14 is 3. 15 is 1. 17 is 11. 18 is 10. And 19 is 9. Okay. 6, 3, 10, 7. Okay, so first couple of things. Are the odds right? Probably right. Okay. So, but before we do that, there are few things that we need to understand. So these are codes, okay? The 6 is a filly from gate number 5, which is 4 filly. Gate number 6 is a colt. Okay. So this one is a little tricky. Tricky as in ideally what should happen? Ideally they have the same tendency value, all right? So people are thinking that it is going to go on pace, which ideally will. It will go on pace. Now, that's true. So that is a problem. We just saw it here, that was a problem. So that did not happen. The 10 came in second. Those are problems, issues. Okay. 4 did not get there. That's a separate issue. We'll figure that thing out, why it did not get there. But that's an issue with 1100 meters. So that thing is probably on the second or the third line. Okay. If we talk about these two horses, then that is a higher relative weight. This is a lower one. So 6 is the right odd. It should be 6. Then it'll drop. Then it'll gain. Then it'll drop. Okay. But drop where? So those are the areas. But before we try to do that, what other things can go wrong? Okay. So this is a mixed sex. It's after a long time we have a mixed sex, which is very, very dicey race. Why it is dicey? Because so what happens in a mixed sex? They get sexually active. Okay. They generally do not make friends, or they do not have chances of making friends in their own stable. So when they come to a race like this and they see the colts and the colts see the fillies, they all get sexually active. Active as in like excited. Okay. So they get all sexually excited. When that happens, so if it is a filly and if it starts following a colt, for example, this filly, the gait that it has, on one side it has a filly, okay? The other side it has a colt. Now that is only the gates we are talking about. We don't know what happened at the stables. At the stables, they might be making eye contacts and, you know, sending WhatsApp messages and Instagram reels and all that might be happening between them. It's the animal world. So you never know what has happened between those two horses. And if that happens, then what happens? Then if the filly falls in love with the colt, any of the colts, it will start following that colt. No matter how hard you try, you cannot make that horse run. That this is just beyond numbers. Okay, this is something that we have seen time and again happening back in the time when we had these races coming up very often. Right now it's very less. Okay, this is after a long time I can see a race like this. We've been racing Flemington, we've been racing Randwick. It's not something like this that we have seen. In all these cases, the safest bet is probably a gilding, okay? Because the gilding has got nothing to do with the colt. I mean, it has got nothing to do with the fillies, and it definitely has got nothing to do with the colts. So yes, the odds are right. Why it is right? Because the 3 is like that. This is a higher relative weight than this one, which is right. 6 is the right odd. And if we try to go down, then we see this one, which is a higher relative weight. But it is coming from gate number 15. What it will do from gate number 15, only God knows. Then it is here on this 6, okay? This one is from gate number 11, which is here. We have that 17. and then it is here. And they have been put into the same category. This is a lower, this is a higher, okay? 59. So this is a high, but the highest one after those is here. That is the gate number 15. Then it is here, then it is here, here. The 15 is not doing well. Then all those are 57, and that is how things are, okay? Now, if we look at the category, then it is that genius who is up here. This one is gate number 15. God knows what it will do. 5, 6 is the right odd. This thing cannot win. Okay. Probably. And this is the highest relative weight after this. This is from gate number 15. So now, ideally, the odds are right. It should be 637. That is how it should be. But if it plays sexual, and the filly, this is exactly what I was asking Gate the other day. I don't know if Gate had a little time to actually look into it, because I don't have an answer for this. I have tried. I do not know how things will work, because this is a deliberate situation. All right. It looks very normal. Hope it plays normal. Hope that they do not get sexually excited. Because if they do get sexually excited, then, my friend, everything is upside down. In this case, the safest is, probably either you stay out, or you play a different ball game altogether with an EW. These are dicey games, okay? These are dicey games, and you will, if the things play right, then the odds are right. There is no doubt about it. The odds are right. But will it play like that, being a mixed sex, is something that we will figure out. That was 3. It's 3 or 7. 3 or 7. Yeah, I mean, if you look at that face value, then it is probably 7. 736. That is also one way of looking at it. That is possible. Okay, but somewhere the relative weight is going to kick in. Somewhere the relative weight is going to kick in. What is the problem in these kind of a environment? Is how they actually work. Because ideally, The odds are right. That's the 6, because this one is from gate number 15. So that's the right odd. This is a lower one. This is a 58. This is a 57. But they have all been put into the same category with the same tendency. Okay. So now the problem is, either we believe that, there's hardly any difference between these two horses, apart from the fact that there's a little, this one is a little heavier, this one is a little not, the little lighter, and the relative weight is a little lower than this. Okay. So there has to be a logic of thinking everything correct. There has to be a logic of thinking everything. Like here, what is the logic? The logic is probably the numbers were right, but something else went wrong. That did not happen. And but if we look at logic, then we will find the relevance here, everywhere else. What happened here is something that I will figure out what happened here. So there's one or the other race, they will do something which is not right. So 10 was driving the opposite direction and it won. Why and how is something that needs to be figured out. Okay, this is all deliberately done. This is not, I mean, if I have to think that that the 10 is the odd one out. So that is the odd one out. Okay, that is the odd one out. And that was a 5-year-old mare just went through. I mean, there has to be a reason. The reason is here. Okay, I thought the reason is going to be this, but no, that did not happen because of many reasons. Because it is not doing well. They were being driven by them. So all those things happened, and that's that. But the point is this: everything happens because of a logical reasoning. It is not random. Nothing happens randomly. So here, the 6 is the right odd. Okay, that's a 58. 7 is a 57. What you're saying is 7 will win, which is also another way of looking at it. Why? Because this is a penalty, this is not, and this is a lower tassel. They are all same body weight, almost all of them. Okay, that's 33. This is 34. Doesn't matter. It is the same body weight. Approximately, but there could be a difference here and there, but they almost are all same body weights. If that's that, then 7 has advantage, carrying a lower weight on the same category. All those things are possible. So I'm not denying any fact on this, but I'm just saying why 6 is favorite, because of that fact that it is higher than this. Okay. 3 cannot win because that is 1100 meter the jockey has management to do. So those are right numbers. But will it play? Because problem is that this is a mixed sex. And it'll be very funny to see. It'll be very funny. We will see the race live, but it'll be very funny to see if they get sexually active or excited. We have seen all those things happening. What about 11? Naveen, welcome back. 11 is the reason, bro. 11 is the reason why the 6 is in trouble. Okay? 11 is the reason why 6 is in trouble. 11 cannot win. And the 6, if it falls in love with the 11, then it is going to be a devastating situation. don't get into it, Naveen. This thing, even I am doing this after a long time. You know, this probably has been a long time that we've done a mixed sex. Mixed sex do not play right. It is a very, I mean, it is a very deliberate thing. It's a part of handicapping. They want you to look at the numbers, but the numbers will tell a different story when they get sexually hyped up. Okay. So the 11 cannot win. All right. With that face value, it cannot win. But problem is this, that the 11 is right next to that filly. Okay. I do not know if they were next to each other in the stable as well. What is the arrangement at the stable? We do not know. But if that has happened and they have exchanged their numbers and they have had eye contacts and fallen in love, then, my friend, things are going to go bad. Seven, 10, 17. 17 is a gilding. So there is the gilding has got nothing to do with the fillies. And it definitely has got nothing to do with the courts. So those are safe. But looking at the thing, it is a neutral 2.5. Will it work? I mean, for that, everything else has to go upside down. And can it go upside down? That's a very slippery slope that one can take, you know.
Position, which have matured, which are just going to be those speedy 2-year-olds that don't strengthen enough to measure up. So a little bit goes on the line. As I say, you touch on the fact that there's been a lot of small fields in this race in the past, and that's a fair point to make. Last year we just had the 6 runners, so it's a very different makeup this year. I'm with the fillies. Now I know history suggests that they find it hard to win this race. We only had 2 previous fillies win it, the most recent being Tis Invincible in 2023. Prior to that, it was She's a Fox in 2012. But I think they have a key role here, and the market agrees. So I have gone Chili Girl to beat Blue Door. So 7, 6, 3, and 5. Chili Girl, she made a big impression. She won the Widden on debut. That pretty much saw her catapult into golden slipper favouritism. Unfortunately, she went amiss thereafter, so didn't quite make it to grand final day. But I like what she did on that occasion. So she clocked faster time than the boys, the Cannonbury, and we saw Miss Chanel, the runner-up in that win, come out and frank that form throughout the carnival. So lovely draw here. Rosehill, 1100 metres, stalks the speed, good pressure on paper. I think the cherry on top is how well she has trialled the latest in good company. Blue Door, I can see she's the starting point here. I do think she's short enough in a race where there's a few different angles, but she looks an out-and-out runner, doesn't she? Sustained speed. She made a huge impression herself in the kindergarten on debut. She gave away race experience. She only had the 1 official trial going into that. The result could have been different had the next episode begun cleanly, but that form line worked out really well in Queensland. He's one of the most spruce colts going into the spring. So Blue Door, she'll put herself right there on top of the speed. Of the rest, Central Europe, not surprised to see a little set against this horse over the 1100 metres. I'm no knock on his talent, whether he's more of a Golden Rose style of horse as opposed to a Rosebud style of horse. We'll learn more after today, but just in the context of his price, I'm inclined to keep him safe, but I don't want to back him. So a couple of nice trials. It's just whether the 1100 metres is on the sharp side. Under Focus, I thought was a good roughie. So we speak of your Blue Doors, we speak of your the next episodes. Well, his form ties in quite neatly to those. He wasn't being all that far in the kindergarten, so I think he's the one the market.
The horse will behave as it is trained to behave.
7, 6, 3, and 5 in the 3-year-old feature, Louis.
Okay, here's the tab market. Blue Door, your favourite, $3.30 out to $3.60, drifting as they approach the gates. 10 Castillo King is the new second elect, $4.40 out to $5 though. Central Europe, $4.20 out to $5.50. Now, Chili Girl was $5 in second fave for a long time. It gets to $5.50 and is now equal third elect. There's a couple they're specking at odds here, Brad. I want to get your thoughts on. Let's start with number 5, under focus. First up, and has that form behind the favourite Blue Door from last preparation. Didn't get a run at a vital stage.
Yeah, I thought he was the best roughie in the race, albeit the punters have taken care of that now. As we speak now into $10, it looks like. So that's been a sneaky little move for under focus. What worries me regarding his setup is just where he gets to from the draw, but his form ties in pretty neatly.
Big money
He was
for the
good in
vibe.
kindergarten. He started in betting. Prior to that, he was a good winner on the Kenzo, and then on debut, there he was matching motors with the next episode. There's a lot of neat tie-ins as far as the form reference goes. It's just where he gets to from the draw. And I also have that little query with Castillo King. He couldn't have done anything more winning at Warwick Farm on debut. He ripped clear at the finish. But again, where does he get to from the draw? So a few of these jockeys just need to ride their luck in the early stages.
Okay, but Chili Girl, you're on top selection. Didn't press on after that good win on debut, and the form out of all of those races has been strong since. Keen to see it back here as a 3-year-old, though.
Yeah, so am I. I love the way that she's trialled up and she maps to get every possible chance. So what you do know when you look down the winners list of this race over the years, and there's been some good ones. Your
Watch the 6 and 11.
He's won by an 1,100 metre horse. So I'm looking for those sharp types, and I think she is one of those, Chili Girl.
Okay, currently $51 in a Golden Rose if they want to stretch out in distance. Blue Door the favourite, $26 in a Golden Rose. Pretty similar story, I would have thought, with that step up in trip. Here's the tab Rosebud.
Good Rosebud for the 3-year-old. Gates clang back and eviction notice began nicely. So did She's Extra and Chili Girls right there. Write Me a Letter is stamped urgent, wide out together with Suasion and Blue Door pouncing through the middle. This is a very good go for the lead, and Blue Door really wants it. From Write Me a Letter, Suasion out wide, and Chili Girl was able to ease back into fourth, followed by Royal Exile. Then eviction notice deeper out from She's Extra. Central Europe in the second half of the field, over racing a little. From Host Wing King, then came Castillo King, Half Pipe. Queen Regent well back, and under focus is the last one. Blue Door weathered the storm, holds the front, turning for home. Chili Girl has plenty of room to go through and give chase. Then Royal Exile, Write Me a Letter, eviction notice, Suasion, and Central Europe is trying to slice through the pack. Blue Door at the 200, a length and a half on Chili Girl. Blue Door going well at the 150. Chili Girl is sticking to the task on the outside. She's coming with a big rally now.
7.
Chili Girl moved up to Blue Door, and Chili Girl
7, 6, 3, 10.
neck length on Blue Door. Central Europe warmed up nicely into third. Castillo King running on. Then Half Pipe further back to Host Wing King. Under focus is doing good work through the line.
7,
then
6,
She's Extra
3,
from Royal Exile.
10.
A gap to Queen Regent. Eviction notice, Suasion, and Write Me a Letter finished in a different postcode at the tail of the field.
It's Chili Girl remaining undefeated and winning the Rosebud for 2026 under Tim Clark. Pays a best of $6.50 across.
So it played right. 7, 6, 3, and then 10. That did right. We'll go to the next. I stayed out of it, by the way. Seven and 8 has been scratched. One is gate number 9. 2 is gate number 6. 3 is gate number 2. 4 is gate number 1. 5 is gate number 12. 6 is gate number 7. 9 is gate number 5. 10 is gate number 8. 11 is gate number 4. 12 is gate number 3. 11, 1, 12, and 3. So now, what is the odd saying? Odd saying 11, 1, 12, and 3. 11, 1, 12, and 3. Okay. But so the 11 has been put into the top category. So this generally is like that only. Okay. So now, if we look here, what is happening? They have all the same tendency. All right, the same tendency. Difference is what is the load value on them. Okay, total drop. So this was 0, this was 0.5, this was 1.5. So that's where the difference is. Okay, this one was from gate number 15. It cannot stand, so that just was not one of those. So that stayed out. Okay, so the numbers played exactly how it should work. Okay, now the revised weight, it did not matter in this case because they are same weight, almost. They have the same weight, and they're like that. Now here it is not the same thing. Now if we look at what is happening, so the 11 is actually a revised weight of 52, which has been put into the first category, which means it is a very good horse, which is correct. Okay, 6.5, the drop is that. This is 9, 6.5. Can it go through? Very questionable thing. I don't want to comment on that. It is very steep. Plus, it is not doing well. So those are the things which are the issue. So now, how it should work? If it works low, high, okay, then this one is like 8 step down, 12. I don't know how that'll work, but it's showing a lot of balance because of, the form line. The form line is fantastic. So how it usually should play, if we look at this and try to figure out what happened, okay, so that gives us a clarity that you look at the tendency, you look at the load value, and you get your answer. This one played differently. Here also, if you look at how things actually worked, so you look at the load value, look at the tendency, look at the load value, and you get the answer. Okay. So everywhere it is the same thing. Point is this, that the tendency will talk and it will give you the right identification. So if this is true, this has to be true. What is the difference? The difference is this, that there is a genius who's sitting on this horse. Okay, there is a genius who's sitting on this particular horse. So whether he has advantage or he doesn't have advantage, he doesn't know that. Okay, he's one careless gentleman who doesn't want to learn, and that is how they have always been, and they kind of make sure that even a winning horse doesn't win. So ideally it is 3. Okay, if it plays the right, then it is 11 next. Okay, 11 is next. Why? It will play the high and low pressure. It always plays high and low. Even if you look at this, so 7 was a low, then it went to high, then it went to low, then it went to high. So that you will get the numerical representation no matter how minute or how it is, you will get that numerical representation. So it always plays high and low, always. So that is the high, this is the low. Okay, then we have to get another high, which is here, which matches, and then the 10, which also matches. Okay, what doesn't match? The 12. It doesn't match. Okay, the 12 doesn't match. The 1 doesn't match. The 1 matches, actually the 1 matches. Why? Because it is still lower. This is higher. The 1 matches, but how the 1 will go is, I mean, for the 1 to do anything good, either the 10 is going to get knocked out, which is possible, because the 10 is a 7-year-old gilding and is with a genius, so the 10 can get knocked out. In that case, the 6, and probably then as a low, that will happen. So whatever happens, we'll get to see. But numerically, mathematically, you cannot beat the 3. Problem is the form line and the jock. Okay, 11 is good, but if it actually starts racing, how will you beat the 3? Eleven has a better body weight, which is true, but that simply doesn't add up, correct? If this is true, if let's say this is also true, then this has to be true. Three, 11, 6, 10. One is on a very higher side, but one can win here. Yeah, I mean, those are very dicey propositions. Dows, you're talking about a horse which is losing body weight, has got a penalty like that. So those are very dicey propositions. Numeric In a numeric way, it is possible, but still winning is not possible. Okay. Winning is not possible. In that case, 11 will win. But what happens to 3? That is the value. So on a 6.5, which is on the speed side, it is 3 steps down. On the lower side, slow, it is 1 step up. It generally plays high-low, so that's the high probably. That's the low. Then this is the high, that is the low. Gatekeeper 3 in third, no play because the odds are wrong. 3 in third. What you're saying is can be substantiated with him. All right. It's only him who can put this thing on third place. It's only him. It is just him who can put it into third place. Otherwise, that's the pressure. Mathematically, it cannot go like that. So when you say gate, it is on the third place. What is on the first and the second place? All the money coming for 1. One in first. If 9 is first, then probably 10 is third. Then Mr. 3 is nowhere. Then Mr. 3 is nowhere. If 9 is 1, I mean, if 1 is first, let's see how it works. Should be 3, 11, 1, 12, 3, and 11. Nick, sorry, can we explain? We're too late, bro. It's just 4 minutes. But I would like to ask Gate how Gate is doing this. What exactly is the explanation? 1, 12, 3, and 11. Why? 1, 12, 3, and 11. Why? I mean, you think that it's 6.5 step up, it'll win. But why do you think so? I mean, just asking because I'm not getting an answer. One will get placed. You see, the one is, it is 9.5, 6.5, still more. Okay, it will get placed, but will it win with that? I have doubts. I mean, I wouldn't have had doubts if this was not on a declining order. This is on a declining order. Nine will get placed. I mean, the one will get placed. It's a open race, third up. They're the top two categories. Both of them. And that thing is like, the room is very slippery. It'll get there, but how? Let's see. Gatekeeper 10 is the sneaky horse. 10 is the sneaky. We know that 10 and 6 both are sneaky. Those two should get there. But I have no explanation for 1 and 12. Yes, that I can understand that, but when you say one will win, that is where I want to know what is your logic. I mean, if you explain to everybody, that will be a help, Gate, because you have been doing this for a very long time. If you are contradicting, then you have valid reasons to do that. But we would all like to learn from you what is the reason that you are putting in.
The Godolphin Blue. You go back to 2024, it was Tom Kitten, who does have a similar profile to Attica in terms of being a spring champion winner that was then subsequently gelded. In 2023 was Pericles. So yeah, a little bit of history there to say that the Royal Blues don't mind winning this race.
What do you make it about the map for the second favourite in Althoff as they load? 5 starts ago at Randwick, it sat handy in 1. In all 4 runs since, including its first up run here at Rosehill, it's been a mile back.
Yeah, he drew wide there first up. I think they'd like to hold a position here. And Attica, I think he'll be ridden with some intent early, but there does look to be good speed on paper with the likes of Arbalor spearing forward. Franz Joseph has got some speed as well, and Fully Lit, another horse that does have an important role to play as far as the likely shape of this race. So I don't think Attica, they'll be disappointing him. He's looked pretty sharp in his trial, so they'll roll forward and look to find a spot just in behind the speed, which was music to my ears hearing that from Joe Pride this morning.
Last few to get set. Clearly best backed in favourite Attica into $2.90 for the spring preview here, race 9 penultimate at Rosehill with Darren.
Romeo's Choice moving in now, the last to go forward. And the red light is blinking. Stand by. Attica, champion stakes winner last season. Very well backed, and the gates are back. They're off. Attica jumped well from the wide draw, so it fully lit off the inside. And Abalor is there with Rolling Magic, Althoff, Franz Joseph. Then came Floating. Piggyback settles back in the field. And a gap of 3 lengths to Romeo's Choice as they sort out their order. Rolling Magic shows the way. Abalor goes to second, Fully Lit third. And the urgings of Hieronymus early on Attica has got the favourite up running fourth. 1 out, 1 back, clear from Althoff. Franz Joseph, the running line. Further back to Floating, Piggyback, Romeo's Choice, and Serrati is ghosting at the outside. 7.50 to go, Rolling Magic by 2. On Abalor and Fully Lit, Attica in fourth, followed by Althoff with the white blinkers down on the rails. Franz Joseph is next, just being niggled along at this point. Further back to Floating, then Piggyback, Serrati, and Romeo's Choice. Coming to the turn, Rolling Magic by neat length on Abalor. Fully Lit tucked up on the inside. Now Hieronymus starts to stoke up Attica, chiming in. 2 further back to Althoff and Franz Joseph. Rolling Magic at the 300. Leads by a length. Fully Lit up the inside. Althoff is starting to lengthen on the outside, going past Attica. So Althoff moves up now at the 150 and draws clear. This is a big win. Good day for Zach Lloyd in the process. Althoff by 2.5. Attica second.
11-1-3.
Rolling Magic fourth. Then Piggyback from Franz Joseph. Several lengths to Serrati from Floating, Abalor, and Romeo's Choice. Nice win.
Yeah, but Althoff, easy as you like. 350 for Zach Lloyd. Another winner. Beats Attica, rallies back on the line to grab second.
11-1-3-12.
Third. That was very impressive, that from Althoff, Brad.
Yeah, what a turn of foot.
11-1-3.
I think point out that he has the run under the belt and carried 7 kilos less, but that was dominant. So Althoff has come back in a really good order.
11-1-3 and 12.
Peeled off the back of Attica and was way too good.
So you were right.
So he made
You were right, Gate. It actually got to the 3rd position. But 11 knocked out. But that also is this genius. Also is this genius. We'll go to the last one. One 5-8. Scratched. 10-9-4-6. Okay, so let's understand what happened here. Okay, so this was a 1400 meter. That was not a problem. That's the first thing. Then what happened is the one came in second, but it got beaten. But why? So if we look at that, that is -9, this is -6.5, and then it is 6.53. 3 should have gotten there, but no. Why? Because he's like that. He chose to take the rails at the last moment, which probably was a bad idea. And honestly, I don't know how that happened, but looking at the others, those were actually not possible. So then probably with the body weight and the drop in class, that went through. Okay, but I don't understand this. I don't understand as in, like, I don't I don't get it. So, but it happened. It is right in front of us. That was the highest here. This was the highest here. Okay. So this was higher, this was lower, this was higher, this was lower. So the speed actually took place and then it came here. So that's one way of looking at it. Here. So the right arrangement is with this 16, okay? That is the 16, which is the right arrangement. But that is a 8-year-old gilding. Then the right arrangements are with these two horses, which are from very wide gates, 13 and 14. Okay. So those are the things that one needs to take a call whether or not you want to be a part of that game where there is an 8-year-old gilding and where there are two gildings coming from gate number 13 and 14. So that's the point. That's the thing. Ideally, what should happen? So if we look at these two horses, okay. So this is definitely a higher relative weight, but what is happening is, if we look at the tendency on the lower side, this is a higher tendency, and that is the right number. If the 16 does not nail the 9, okay, that is all. If the 16 does not nail the 9, if the 16 nails the 9, then the 16 nails the 9, then there is nothing doing. Okay. So that's that. Then since it is a drop and it plays high pressure, low pressure. Is this a high and low? Yes, it is also a high and low. This is a low, this is a high. Can it become a queen? Maybe it can become a queen. That generally doesn't happen. So that's when this thing comes into picture. The 3. Okay, why 3? Because that is from at least gate number 8 and the 15. So now if we look at 15 and 3, this is 5.5 that is climbing 3 steps. Then it is 2.5, drop of 1. So 15 comes in between, not the 3. So ideally it is 9, 15, 10, and 3.
Good evening.
9, 15, 10, and 3. Okay. That's where it ranks. 9, 15, 10, and 3. Ten is a superior animal. Yes, 10 is. 10 is the speedy horse. But today the speed is challenged also. And what happens if the 16 nails it out? What happens if the 16 nails it out? They've been coming everywhere. JMac can beat the 10. JMac can beat the 10. JMac can beat the 10. And what happens if that 8-year-old gelding nails everybody else? Which it can actually. Yeah, that's why he said that. Gate, he's laying JMac. He's saying JMac can beat the 10. It is only JMac who is going to put it upside down. Dow's is very witty, Gate. I'm very scared of that 8-year-old gelding, man. That has a fantastic form line, but it is an 8-year-old gelding. That is how it stands, okay? It is not that it is not in a bad state, but if you this is in the right position. This is in the right position. It should not be up here. This is in the right position. The 15 is in the right position. Yes, there are going to be a lot of races, my friend. There are going to be a lot of races, but we'll we'll do a dissection of these races today. What happened, how things worked. I mean, some of the races definitely jocks are like bad. So we look from the first 5-1, 9-16. 5-1, 9, and 16. So 1 did not win, 5 won. So it was climbing the opposite direction. 5-1. That 8-year-old gelding with everything in place just did not get there because it was moved so badly. 9 and 16. Here, what happened? 3716 7. Even that 6 got there because of what it was, how that thing was pushed. Okay. Here the 19 and the 15 both were possible. Here they started playing that thing. This is wrong. Okay, they're playing wrong. They do that. Here also the 5 probably won. 5 no 10-4 9-2. This is where they got knocked out because it started raining. So that is a 10 got through. Ideally that is the 1. What did not happen is this 10-4. we spoke about 8. That did not happen because they obviously had brain tumors. Here the 3, 11, 13, 7. That was right. This was anyway on the 4th line. So here the 10 won. 10, 8. Where it is, 10, 8. Here it played absolutely beauty. 7, 3. It played absolutely trifecta here. Here, that one got through. How and it got beaten is we will figure out. This is on the 3rd line, but that genius is quite capable of doing that thing. Here, 10 is the high pressure. 7, but 2 step down. 9 is a higher speed with 1 step up. On 9, then it is here, then it is here. Let's see if that plays right. Naveen, 9, 10, 16. 9, 10, 16. Man, that is a very, very dicey thing which is there, you know, that 16 is an 8-year-old gilding. We are getting that almost in each and every race we have gotten that. So if that is the genius, I don't know how that will work with an 8-year-old gilding, but if it works, then Coffee last stage 4 is highly over, but I've got him in 3rd. Bad investment. Okay, that was the right. That was the. I'm sorry, I kind of thought it was the wrong pole. But anyways, people think 8 is going to win. 10 is going to win. 10 is the linear. For the 4. For the 4. God knows for what reason it is coming, but that 16. If the 16 knocks out everybody else, then there is nothing doing. Only the 9 can beat the 10. True. And ideally, the 9 should beat the 10. Ideally, 9 should beat the 10. But if the 9 gets beaten by that 8-year-old gilding, then only God help. See you later, my friend Gate. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. And thank you so much for bringing those insights. It really helps, Gate.
Betting 2 weeks ago, but he was quite tough. I like the way that Felix Majestic ran them along. He was there to be beaten, yet he did hang tough. So similar setup here. I can see why he has been respected in betting. Invaders in, I think he is thereabouts, albeit the market has a bit of a set against him. Zach Lloyd riding well today at Rosehill. He's got all the right form lines to be competitive yet again here. And Mr. Verse, this has been a sneaky little go, hasn't it? Did get into a short as $4 there for Karen McAvoy. So a Melbourne Raider with a new yard, has raced well at Rosehill previously, and his second up record does read quite well. So I think where there's smoke, there's fire with this horse, and there's a bit of market expectation today. But Tarzing to bring us home in the lucky last, 10, 9, 12 and 4.
Okay, you're getting a much better price. Tarzing now, 250 went up this morning. Got out to as much as 350. That too generous, and even in this last 30 seconds, it's actually been a big go back into $3. So 250, 350 back to $3. Steel Strike, $5 into $3.90. Now a $4 chance. You referenced Mr. Verse, $8.50 into $4. That was the bottom out price. Now a $4.80 pop. Bit of money for the 6 here, Brad, we'll touch on quickly. Felix Majestic, second latest behind Steel Strike. So as the form alongside the second favourite, it's been $12 into $9.
Yeah, maybe a few pundits just reluctant to overlook the obvious, because if you're making a case for Tarzing, many are, he's the $3 favourite, and if you're making a case for Steel Strike, and many are, because he's the $4 second favourite, well, Felix Majestic has to be in the conversation by default. He was the one that split them there last time out, so it was good return to form from Felix Majestic. He'd been a little bit out of sorts, but I think he's happiest when he can get out on top of the speed, do his thing, and roll along. I think the sticking point for him today is the inclusion of Elson Boy in the field. Two horses that like to do exactly that, get right there on top of the speed and find that rhythm. So whether they carve each other up and it sets it up for a close-up, I think that's my little query in terms of the setup for Felix Majestic, particularly where he has drawn. So he'll slide across, he'll make his own luck, just whether he does a little bit too much early work through those early stages and middle stages to be vulnerable over the concluding part of the race. But yeah, Tarzing, he has been a good move, hasn't he? So there was a tipping point for the punters, $3.50, $3, and now into $2.90. So he's getting close to that price this morning.
I need you to comment on one runner here that there's money for, and I almost fell out of my chair. Starman, $26 into $15. Let me tell you how long since the last win, Brad. 1,679 days.
There you go. Now, I am one of his biggest supporters, Starman. Oh, he's a tease though, isn't he? So there was a change of tactics today to be ridden further forward, so he'll get that plum run from the inside gate, 52 kilos after the claim of Sienna Greener. But I've seen this movie before. He's done for me, but if you're having a trifecta in the first 4, he's a type of horse you can throw into the mix. He might add a little bit of value.
Out of a mare called You're Dreamin'. I think that might be pretty spot on as they load here for the last on Rosebud Day at Rosehill. Late look at the market, back into 280 Tarzing, so touch 350, but in the last 2 minutes of betting, it's been all the money for it. Steel Strike 420, Mr. Verse 460, and the rest you can take double figures about. As we join Darren Flindell in the box for the last.
Room and Felix Majestic are the last two to go forward. So 2 out for the last race. Tarzing is the $2.80 favourite. Looked as though it was going to get out to around the 3.30 mark, but there's been a very good rally of support now for Tarzing in the last few minutes. So back into a similar quote that it was earlier today. There's the light. 13 running here in the last. Racing now, Felix Majestic jump well together with Starman, who's up and about early, and Steel Strike going forward. Right up on the inside, Barbaric Lad. Felix Majestic being hard ridden to get across, and Elson Boy's right there. Fair bit of speed up front. Tarzing slices through the pack. Invaders him out wide. Barbaric Lad just eases back a bit. Now, Mr. Verse has caught 3 wide from Berkshire Shadow, Winston Hills, further back to Stagnum Commodus, and Engine Room hasn't got warm in the early part. Felix Majestic got to the front now, but took some riding to get there from Elson Boy. Steel Strike goes to third. Then came Starman, Invaders him out wide. Tarzing is wedged between runners. Then came Barbaric Lad. Winston Hills is next. Mr. Verse is next on the outside of Berkshire Shadow. Then Winston Hills from Stagnum Commodus, and Engine Room sees them all. Felix Majestic spins the corner in front from Elson Boy and Starman. Then came Barbaric Lad. Steel Strike is being wound up. Invaders him getting to the outside, and Tarzing is getting the gaps now between them. 2.50 to go. Felix Majestic is coming back to the field. Here come the runs. Tarzing, Steel Strike on the outside. Barbaric Lad. Starman poking through. Felix Majestic still in front. Tarzing goes to it. Barbaric Lad pushed the pair of them.
11.
And won the race. Barbaric Lad got there from either Tarzing, Felix Majestic. Then Mr. Verse from Stagnum up on the inside. Engine Room finally got going late from Winston Hills. Then came Commodus, Elson Boy, Invaders in Berkshire Shadow. That was a busy finish. Barbaric Lad has gone up the inside and got through for a narrow victory over Tarzing. He'll grab second. Felix Majestic third, and Stagnum on the outside will wind up fourth.
It's an Anthony and Sam Friedman blowout in the last at Rosehill. Barbaric Lad, $21.20 and $4.40 a place, Brad. Coming off a sixth behind So You Pence last time out, who is the Cozzy favourite. So form for that horse now looks okay.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So, too good today, Barbaric Lad. There's been a few finishes like this throughout the Rosehill meeting. You didn't really know where to look, but you think there's enough on paper for something to get
That's what he said.
the top. It turned out it was Barbaric Lad for Tommy Berry, Anthony.
That's what Dowes was talking about, Gate. That only him can take him out. So 11. I think I also saw the 14 getting in. 11, 10, 14. The 9 did not get there. 11, 10, 14. Something on those lines. That was the 6. This was a little over expectation. 8-year-old gilding. Let me check what the results are. 10. They will take a long time to come up with it. But 11 won. Okay. 11 won. 11, 10, 6 and 14. 11, 10, 6 and 14. 6 was from gate number 5, which was 11, 10, 6 and 14. 11, 10, 6 and 14. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at this track. And that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to have some fun. And we'll also try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And I want to thank Gate. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate. Naveen, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there.